Looking at the collapsed wall of the picket fence courtyard, a bad premonition rose in Tain Lin's heart. He almost dragged himself toward the earthen house ahead with his crutch, but the old man behind him was faster. The old man stumbled into the house and soon a cry of anguish broke out, "These goddamn beasts!" The old man's voice was piercing, spreading through the entire valley like the cry of a mountain demon. At this point, Tain Lin slowed down his pace, using the support of the bamboo pole to weakly shuffle into the earthen house. As he expected, inside was a family's corpses. The man lay on the ground, the woman dead in the bed. "These goddamn beasts, they didn't leave us a single grain, do they want us to starve to death alive? Isn't everyone in on it together, doesn't their conscience hurt?" The old man somehow found the strength to suddenly push Tain Lin away from the doorway. "Check the chicken coop, maybe they missed a couple of eggs." The old man had already run toward the chicken coop while speaking, but soon his wails were heard again, "It's a sin, they've cleaned out everything, they're practically living bandits." "Living bandits, aren't we foreigners seeking immortality also living bandits?" Tain Lin threw down his bamboo pole and sat leaning against the door wall. He licked his dry lips and said, "How many counties have we passed from east to west in our memories? We haven't found immortality, but we've killed plenty of people for food. What's wrong with killing people? On our quest for immortality, what's wrong with killing a few to survive?" The old man looked at Tain Lin and said, "Xiao Linzi, are you possessed, speaking such foolish words?" "Maybe I am, I just wonder, how much longer before we find the immortal gate? Will we starve to death before we keep going like this?" "It won't be too long," Zhang Laoda said, "that past Qinghe County, we could find the Yao Yu sect. Once we find the Yao Yu sect and pass the assessment, we can become disciples of the Yao Yu sect." He said this and also leaned against the door wall to sit down. The two didn't speak again, only their stomachs continued to growl. "No, I can't stand it anymore, I need to dig up some wild vegetables to stave off hunger." The old man spoke, somehow gathering the strength. When he took Tain Lin's bamboo pole and left through the courtyard wall, Tain Lin also got up from the ground. He held his stomach and followed behind the old man. He also had to go out to find food, otherwise he would really starve to death here. Tain Lin crossed the picket fence courtyard wall and looked at the old man searching for wild vegetables ahead. He also bent his head down to look at the weeds and wild flowers on either side of the path. Beef bun can effectively replenish physical strength, alleviate hunger, and safe to consume. Tain Lin, lacking any enthusiasm, was startled, looking at the cow dung on the ground lost in thought. He suspected he had seen incorrectly, and couldn't help but rub his eyes. But indeed, there were words floating above the cow dung. "Old man, come and see, there's a beef bun here." Tain Lin shouted with all his strength, and the old man, who had already crawled into the thicket, rushed out with his walking stick. Where, wait for me, don't you dare hog it all to yourself, kid." The old man lost a shoe as he ran, stepping on the cow dung when he reached in front of Tain Lin. But all he thought about was eating, completely disregarding the details. "The beef bun, you've squished it." Tain Lin pointed at the cow dung beneath the old man's sole. The old man at first was stunned, then his face turned green. "Tain kid, my stomach is so messed up I can't even feel it anymore, and you still have the heart to talk about this. Shouldn't we save our strength, find a bit to eat, and catch up with the group to seek immortality together?" After the old man spoke, he walked on the cow dung and left. Tain Lin glanced at the cow dung on the ground, licked his lips and also hobbled after the old man. Both of them were in tattered clothes, truly looking like beggars picking up things in the mountains to eat. The old man had abundant experience. Within an hour, he managed to find a bunch of wild greens that wouldn't kill a person if eaten. Only Tain Lin could do nothing but stare enviously as the old man devoured his meal, green juice spilling from his mouth. 1-year-old qi condensing grass, capable of enhancing strength and replenishing vitality, is the sapling of the low-grade spirit grass qi condensing grass. A line of text appeared again, and Tain Lin rubbed his eyes, gazing blankly at the insect grass in front of him. What's the matter with you, you brat? The old man couldn't hear Tain Lin's movements anymore, and when he turned around he saw Tain Lin plucking the insect grass from the ground, about to stuff it into his mouth. His face changed color, and he hurriedly grabbed Tain Lin's hand, saying, "Have you gone mad? This insect grass is poisonous, eating it will make your whole body itch." Yet Tain Lin ignored him, shrugged off his hand and was about to stuff it into his mouth. The old man held onto Tain Lin's hand tightly and said, "You can't eat this, you must be delirious from hunger." All right, I'll share some of my wild greens with you, okay?" Tain Lin didn't say a word, he stuffed the insect grass into his mouth without haste to chew. In the memories of his previous life, his former self had experienced eating insect grass. That was after his father left home to seek immortality, and he became so unbearably hungry that he followed the adults into the mountains to dig up wild greens. But how could the 7 or 8-year-old himself know which could be eaten and which couldn't? He mistook the insect grass for wild greens and ate it. It didn't cause any serious harm, but he did end up itching all over for an entire night. Later on, as he grew slightly older and went out with a few people from the same town to seek immortality, hoping for eternal life. Although he never ate insect grass again during that time, the taste of the insect grass was still vividly remembered. "This is not insect grass, this is qi condensing grass." Tain Lin used his tongue to feel the spines of the insect grass. Oddly enough, the hairy insect grass didn't give the scratchy sensation he remembered. He began to chew and tasted a sour yet saliva-inducing juice that spread across his taste buds. The juice, mixed with his saliva, went down his throat, and Tain Lin felt less exhausted. This is really qi condensing grass, not insect grass. Tain Lin no longer hesitated, swallowing the insect grass in his mouth completely. Then he turned his attention to the heaps of insect grass in the grass pile, plucking them one by one and stuffing them into his mouth. "What qi condensing grass? I have never even heard of it." "That's insect grass, and not only are you delirious from hunger, you've clearly overindulged in beef buns." Tain Lin paid no mind to the old man's words, he finished off all the surrounding insect grass, then turned to the old man and asked, "Old man, do you know where I can find more insect grass?" The old man, fuming, turned away and said, "Don't ask me, I don't know. If you want to eat insect grass, go find it yourself." Watching the old man leave, Tain Lin smacked his lips. When he first ate the insect grass, he only felt his strength increase slightly, and his body's weakness lessened to just the same degree. As he continued eating, the effect of gaining strength weakened, but his body no longer felt weak at all. He was still hungry, though, as there weren't enough insect grasses to serve as a meal for him. "What I ate, was it really insect grass or qi condensing grass?" Tain Lin was somewhat puzzled, but at that moment, the old man suddenly turned back to Tain Lin and said, "It's getting dark, we'll borrow a place to stay for the night in that farmhouse." They walked in silence, a small amount of wild greens just enough to keep them from starving, but still leaving them with no desire to talk. They returned to that ominous house, but didn't enter the main building, instead finding a spot leaning against the straw stack in the barn to rest. "We should sleep early so we can presumably catch up with the others tomorrow. Once we've passed Qinghe County, we'll be able to find the Yao Yu sect." "Yao Yu sect? Cultivators?" Tain Lin said and then closed his eyes, but in the middle of the night he was awakened by crying next to him. In the moonlight, the old man appeared to have stripped off his clothes, incessantly scratching his chest and back. "Old man, what on earth are you doing in the middle of the night?" The old man was crying as he said, "You little rascal, you fooled me again, that clearly was insect grass, and yet you claimed it was qi condensing grass. How come you're fine after eating it, but now I'm terribly itchy all over?" Surprised, Tain Lin said, "Insect grass is toxic, don't you understand such basic knowledge? Why did you eat it then?" The old man seriously doubted whether what he had eaten was the qi-condensing grass. Had he really eaten the wrong thing? Tain Lin also doubted whether what he had eaten was the qi-condensing grass, as he still vividly remembered the words beef buns that appeared on the cow dung. But if what he ate wasn't the qi-condensing grass, why hadn't he been poisoned? Why did he feel like his strength had increased? The old man had scratched all night, and by the next day, he was utterly drained. Stinky boy, just go. We're about to reach the Yao Yu sect, and you can't give up. Just leave me be, dead or alive. The old man said weakly, his gaze trying to pierce through the window pane that looked onto the wooden railing, hoping to see the sky outside. All right, you stay here. Tain Lin got up to leave, but after only a couple of steps, his ankles were grabbed hold of. The old man was crying and sniveling under him, hiccuping, "Stinky boy, are you really going to leave me behind all alone?" He said, "Have you forgotten that along the way, we supported each other? Have you forgotten that together, we were bullied by others, but we found warmth in our companionship?" Tain Lin pulled his foot from the old man's grasp and walked out of the woodshed. Inside the woodshed, wails as though tearing the throat poured out soon after. "Stinky kid, I can't be without you, what am I supposed to do without you?" Tain Lin couldn't bear it anymore, stopped in his tracks, and shouted back, "Please, keep it down, don't attract wolves. In these wilds, if the two of us encounter wolves, we wouldn't know how we'd die." But the old man continued to sob uncontrollably, and Tain Lin simply stopped paying attention to him. He picked up his bamboo rod and once again approached the patch of cow dung by the door. Broken beef buns can effectively replenish energy and relieve hunger, safe to use. Tain Lin clicked his tongue in wonder, looking at the dung. Whether it was beef buns before him or cow dung seemed like a philosophical question. Tain Lin thought back and forth for a long time, and despite looking for a long while, he lacked the courage to eat. He jabbed the bamboo rod into the cow dung and then continued up the slope. The qi-condensing grass wasn't rare in the wilderness because not only were humans disinclined to eat it, but so were animals like cows, sheep, and rabbits, which all avoided it. Tain Lin was fairly certain that what he ate was the herb, based on his predecessor's experiences and the trust in the old man's decades of experience. He couldn't figure out why eating the herb had no effect on him, while it would poison the old man. Perhaps it was because the prompt identified it as qi-condensing grass, hence eating it had the effect of consuming the qi-condensing grass. Just like the cow dung, which the prompt indicated was beef buns, if he ate it, it was as if he was eating beef buns. But the old man didn't have such prompts, so for him, the herb was just the herb, and the dung was just dung. Why did he keep thinking about cow dung? Probably, he was genuinely hungry. The whole morning, Tain Lin collected wild vegetables. Having filled himself halfway with the herb, he found a small stream. After a day and a night without drinking, Tain Lin scooped up some stream water. Its sweet and refreshing taste invigorated his spirit. He then fixed his disheveled hair in front of his forehead using the stream and observed his dirt-covered reflection on the water's surface. "If I don't seek immortality, where should I go? I know no one in this world, and my predecessor has left his hometown for 7 or 8 years." Tain Lin was lost in thought for a while, then suddenly smiled at his reflection in the water. "Then let's try seeking immortality. Anyway, the wilderness won't run out of the herb, so I don't have to worry about starving to death." After speaking, he washed his face with the stream water and filled his bamboo tube hanging at his waist with water. The devouring sky demon in its youth, the devouring sky demon, a predator of birds and beasts, possesses the ability to swallow heaven and earth, and is a supreme ancient spirit beast. Its flesh can strengthen one's physique, and its blood can wash the marrow. Tain Lin stared at the prompt, then at the tadpoles in the bamboo tube, and fell silent. Is this thing really an ancient spirit beast? This critter can wash the marrow? It could swallow a chicken. No, it can't even swallow that. Tain Lin remained silent for a long while, then without hesitation or a wrinkle on his brow, swallowed the tadpoles along with the water. A while later, Tain Lin didn't feel anything out of the ordinary. Maybe the meat is too little, after all, not even enough to get stuck in my teeth. He looked back at the stream and this time caught around 10 tadpoles. It seems like there might be some effect, or is it my imagination? Tain Lin could no longer catch any tadpoles, but whether there was an effect or not, how much benefit could such a tiny amount of meat provide? What he really wanted to catch was the adult version of the devouring sky demon commonly known as a toad. But fate was not on his side. The mother of the tadpoles did not let Tain Lin have his way. Tain Lin didn't know why some things revealed attributes while others did not. He especially looked at some vegetation and rocks but found no attributes listed for them. After a simple bath, Tain Lin, carrying the washed wild vegetables and bamboo tube, set forth to return, not planning to abandon the old man. Compared to the group he aimed to catch up with and join, Tain Lin trusted the harmless old man more. Though they were all seekers of immortality who had left their homes, not all seekers were the same. "Brat, I knew you wouldn't leave me behind." The old man leaned against the wall, his face showing trust in Tain Lin. "Can you loosen my sleeve so I can eat? I'm not going to run." The old man didn't let go, opening his mouth. "You feed me. Buzz off, hide your 2 big yellow teeth. Eat fast and rest up, we have to hit the road early tomorrow." There were actually quite a few wild vegetables, but the old man couldn't bear to eat them too quickly. He shoved a leaf in his mouth. Although the leaf was bitter, he found it refreshingly sweet. Free from the worries of abandonment and hunger, the old man's spirits were significantly lifted. He bragged to Tain Lin, "At the age of 25, my dad became a Huawalang and left home in seeking immortality, abandoning me and my mom. I'm more successful than my dad. I became a Huawalang at 17, just after I got married. I've roamed almost the entire Great Zhao and its seas and provinces." He was about to brag some more, but Tain Lin interrupted him with derision. "You and your dad sure are successful, abandoning your wives and children to seek what immortality? Your mom was unlucky to have you, she barely raised you and then you ran off, leaving a wife behind." Tain Lin asked him, "All these years, what? You're over 70 now, did you find your immortality?" The old man was stunned, unable to stuff any more leafy greens into his mouth. Tain Lin didn't want to talk anymore and went out. Soon, the sounds of sobbing came from inside the house. Tain Lin, hearing the crying, couldn't help but laugh with schadenfreude. At least his former self didn't abandon his family in pursuit of immortality. It was only after his mother passed away and he was completely alone in the village that he set out. His father had abandoned him and his mother to seek immortality when he was very young and never returned. The next morning at daybreak, the old man was no longer in a mournful state. He sprang up energetically, poking Tain Lin awake with a bamboo pole. "Let's set off, set off, set off." Tain Lin rubbed his eyes and yawned as he got up. Looking outside at the sky, Tain Lin said, "It's not even fully light yet, where is this energy coming from?" The old man replied, "The long immortal road is ahead, do not waste precious time. Get up quickly, we must hasten our pace to catch up with Zhang Dalan and the others." Zhang Dalan was the leader of their immortal seeking team, as well as the most skilled martial artist in the group. "I feel like we might be stronger going on our own rather than following Zhang Dalan." Tain Lin muttered this remark, only to be immediately refuted by the old man. The old man said, "That's where you're clueless. We Huawalangs need to stick together, twist into one single strand. Only by doing so can we cross the 4 seas and scale the 9 mountains." Tain Lin had no interest in his rambling because his stomach was starting to feel hungry again. The two buried their heads in travel, crossing hills and rivers as they went. The old man was right about one thing, even the strongest person could not traverse mountains and seas without companions. They barely found a small cave to dwell in, each standing watch for half the night before continuing on their way the next early morning. On the road, apart from eating insects and grass, Tain Lin discovered a plant named Ryther flower. This thing could cause diarrhea if eaten by humans, but the hint told Tain Lin that stinky grass could refresh the mind and even treat headaches. With plenty to eat along the way and the old man picking lots of wild greens, their journey became much more leisurely. After crossing another river, the old man suddenly asked Tain Lin, "Do you hear something?" "What sound?" After saying that, Tain Lin stopped and listened. From the mist in the distance, a voice sang, somewhat like a song but not quite. "The sun was still down this morning, the door open, my wife saw me across the stone platform, her hand reluctant to let go. Oh, my foolish wife, I'll be back once I'm done with cultivation. Last night, the moon had just risen, the whole family was around, my worried mother's frown wouldn't fade, her heart couldn't settle. Oh, my timid mother, your son will return soon." Hearing the tune, the old man joyfully said, "It's Zhang Dalin and his group, quick, let's join in their singing." From the other side of the mountain, as the voices soared to the skies, the old man quickened his pace while howling along, "Hua Walang, wandering the lands, through mountains of swords and seas of flames I dare venture, through dragons' dens and tigers' pits I dare charge. Hua Walang, away from home, one day I shall return a cultivator, in grand style to see my parents." All right, shut it for now, there are people ahead." Tain Lin didn't know where the old man got his energy and strength, as singing seemed to give him wings on his feet. By the time he finally caught up with the old man, they had already crossed over the hilltop. "It's the two Lu brothers." Hearing Tain Lin's words, the old man stopped in his tracks, delightedly telling Tain Lin. Indeed, in the pine forest ahead, a bald man was limping along, supported by a skinny young man beside him. "Old Lu, what happened to you?" The old man ran over to ask the bald man, who turned around and saw it was the old man and Tain Lin, his face showing a look of surprise. "You two fell behind the team half a month ago, didn't you?" However, the speaker wasn't the bald man, but his younger brother little Lu. I've traveled through all corners of the land, let alone this little distance." After boasting, the old man then asked the bald man, "Old Lu, you haven't said yet, who's the one that injured your leg?" Old Liu's face turned sullen, a flash of fierce light in his eyes. "Who else could it be but Zhang Dalin? He complained that I ate too much, wanted to take my rations, pity that my brother and I couldn't fight four hands with two." Little Lu also asked Tain Lin and the old man, "You two are going after Zhang Dalin and his crew, aren't you? I suggest you not stick with them, us a bunch of old, weak, sick, and handicapped, who knows when he'll use us as rations." It wasn't without precedent, in times when not even wild vegetables could be found, the leader of Hua Walang had used the weak among the team to stave off hunger. "We're about to reach the Yao Yu sect, why bother killing each other? Anyway, I won't talk with you guys any longer, the brat and I are going on ahead." After finishing his words, the old man started to pick up his pace and ran. As Tain Lin passed by old Lu, he nodded at both brothers and chased after the old man. "Those two brothers are no good either. Now that they're injured, they want to drag us into opposing Zhang Dalin. But Zhang Dalin is a petty man, we can't afford to offend him even the slightest." As they walked, the old man warned Tain Lin, and soon they saw a group of people resting in the mountains, not far off. These people were all dressed in tattered clothes, carrying broken pots and worn-out shovels, looking just like starving refugees fleeing famine. But there were also those dressed neatly, even adorned with gold and silver. Tain Lin and the old man's gaze were drawn to a man sitting on a large boulder with a knife, who had gold rings on his fingers and a green jade bracelet on his wrist, presumably snatched from some woman. While slapping the boulder with the flat of his knife, he looked at the old man and Tain Lin with a smile and said, "Ah, it's you two. How rare, you actually managed to catch up with us." Underneath the boulder, the old man fawned and said, "That's because Zhang Dalin cares for the old and weak," deliberately slowing down. "Otherwise, at this dying old age, how could I ever catch up with Zhang Dalin? Zhang Dalin burst into laughter and said, you old coot sure know how to talk, keeping you in the team does have its uses. Then his face turned serious and he said, but remember one thing, when you're hungry, find your own food. The old man quickly nodded obsequiously and dragged Tain Lin to blend into the group. This team formed by Hua Walang consisted of about a dozen people, always subject to decreases or increases in numbers. Tain Lin noticed that there were 3 fresh faces in the group, unclear where they emerged from along the way. We're just 2 mountains away from Linan County. Once in Linan County, you're in the territory of Yao Yu sect, got to pull in your hooliganism and behave. Zhang Dalin stood up from the boulder, looking high and mighty as he watched the people below. Then someone stood out and said, since we're going to Linan County, why not hit a village before we leave Qinghe County and do one last job? Some people chimed in, yes, the food we robbed last time is already running out. Another added, right, I'm still thinking about the flavor of that woman last time, she might be fat but was soft and tender. The bunch erupted into laughter, but Zhang Dalin's face hardened as he said, everyone better behave themselves. Do you think the villagers near the Yao Yu sect are kind folks? A good number of them are also Hua Walang who had to leave their homes, they'd eat you without even spitting out the bones. As if to corroborate what Zhang Lauda had said, the group hadn't yet left Qinghe County when they were robbed by 4 or 5 groups of people. These people occupied favorable terrain and were all local villagers. Faced with these muscular villagers wielding guns and knives, no one had the courage to resist. Even Zhang Lauda's gold ring and bracelet were plundered, and the group quickly found themselves weaponless and had to resume their life of foraging wild vegetables and seeking immortality. It's damn bullying, we didn't rob them, why should they rob our food? Someone collapsed, crying out in grievance. Everyone was in low spirits, but Zhang Lauda encouraged everyone, saying, hang in there everyone, we're not far from Yao Yu sect now. By this point, the group was so impoverished that the villagers had lost interest in robbing them. Even when passing a small village, someone invited Tain Lin and the others, saying, why bother going to Yao Yu sect? Just join us. How could they agree? Those people also said, well, if you can't enter the immortal gate, you can still come to us to find work. After 2 or 3 days, upon crossing an iron chain bridge, Zhang Lauda said, this is Linan Bridge. Once we cross the bridge and get on the official road, we can head straight to Yao Yu sect. After over 50 years, am I finally going to become a cultivator? The old man, leaning on a bamboo cane, stepped into the river at the edge of the bridge. Everyone eagerly rushed onto the rope bridge while Tain Lin, supporting the old man, said, if Yao Yu sect were so easy to enter, there wouldn't be so many farming villagers around. The old man huffed and puffed as he jogged, retorting, what do you know? Cultivation requires true sincerity. Those villagers living nearby, do they have the steadfast heart towards the Dao like our Hua Walang who has traveled thousands of miles, leaving behind family and career? Tain Lin didn't respond because once they got on the official road, he saw many groups of displaced people. No, not displaced people. Because these displaced people, like them, had all traveled from afar to seek immortality at Yao Yu sect. Tain Lin looked at the crowd of thousands, now converging at one point, all moving in the same direction. Along the way, more Hua Walang kept emerging from who knows where. They continuously bolstered the ranks, majestically marching toward Yao Yu sect. Quick, look up! Someone shouted, and the crowd, like ants, all gazed up at the sky. There, several flying boats glided past the clouds, soon vanishing among the mountains. It's the immortals, the immortals! Someone excitedly dropped his walking stick and ran after the flying boats. At that moment, Tain Lin was also excited, looking up at the sky. It was like when he was a kid in his past life, running out of the house to look up whenever a plane passed over. He quickened his pace and started running with the army. Kid, where are you? The old man's voice rang out from behind. Tain Lin quickly turned and said, "Over here, come quick." But by then, the crowd was already in a frenzy. The official road ahead was a narrow mountain path, everyone was propelled forward. The sound of children crying, women wailing, and husbands calling overlapped one after another. At that moment, no one could take care of who was who. They stepped on the shoes of the person in front, grabbed the clothes of another, pushed forward by the people behind. Back up! Back up! The crowd surged atop the mountain peak, and someone immediately shouted a warning. Tain Lin vaguely heard someone ahead yelling, "There's a cliff ahead," then was shoved into the person behind. Everyone stop moving forward, there's a cliff ahead and many people have already been pushed off. The people at the front shouted, but those at the back kept pushing forward. At that moment, it was impossible to stop. "Old man, go back, go back!" Tain Lin shouted, but he himself was carried to the edge of the cliff. Those at the front, now like dumplings, screamed as they plunged into the abyss. Tain Lin, stepping on rolling stones, clutched desperately at someone's clothes. Dong! The sound of a bell resonated across the cliff opposite, its ancient toll carrying from the cliff top down to the mid-mountain, sweeping over the official road. In an instant, both the hillside and mid-mountain's Hua-Walang fell silent. Taking advantage of this moment of solitude, Tain Lin grabbed a large tree by the cliff. "Kid, look, there's the mountain gate of Yao Yu sect." The old man's voice rang from above. When Tain Lin looked, he saw the old man perched on the branch above his head. "Is that Yao Yu sect? But we're separated by a dozen yards wide sky gorge, there's no way across." Tain Lin and the old man both climbed up the tree. Across the sky gorge, a stone arch stood on the cliff edge. Beyond the stone arch was a set of stone steps that seemed to lead to heaven, concealed within the clouds. And the bell sound was drifting from the clouds. "Cross, everyone, cross! As long as we get across this abyss, we can achieve immortality!" Someone shouted, and the people on the mountainside went mad, surging forward. At the edge of the cliff, Hua-Walangs, regardless of age or gender, screamed trying to get away from the cliff shore. But they were all shoved by the frenzied crowd behind them, falling into the abyss. 100, 200? Or perhaps thousands. Tain Lin held tightly onto a tree branch, watching people fall into the abyss below the tree. The cliff here was bustling, but the opposite cliff was very serene. In the floating clouds, the bell representing the path, reverberated faintly from the stone steps. "Kid, let's go down and figure out a way to get to the opposite cliff shore." The old man on the tree had red eyes and suddenly spoke, holding Tain Lin's hand. Tain Lin was stunned, then responded, "Are you crazy? Did you see the people under the tree? Do you also want to be buried at the bottom of the cliff forever? I've been searching for nearly 60 years, traveled across kingdoms, searched through mountains and rivers. I'm over 70 now, how many more years can I search?" As the old man spoke, he let go of the tree branch to climb down the tree. "Hold on, if you want to descend, at least wait until these people calm down." Tain Lin grabbed the old man, comforting him. "Look, people on the middle of the mountain have come up, the ones at the cliff top have died, wait for some more to die, wait till the cliff top is no longer crowded, wait till everyone calms down, then we'll go." The old man took a deep breath, then hugged the tree trunk again. The two looked at the Yao Yu sect on the opposite shore, being only able to see the stone arch and the faintly visible white stone stairs. Apart from that, the opposite cliff shore was shrouded in haze, obstructing their view. "Everyone, no need to push any more, better think of a solution. I have a flying claw, once I hook the stone arch on the other side, I can climb over along the iron cable." Now only about 100 people remained on the cliff top, hard to imagine how many had succumbed to the abyss before. A man under the tree threw his flying claw toward the opposite side, the iron cable thrown by the brawny man rose up and then hooked onto the stone column of the stone arch. Bravo, brother, you must be a master in the martial arts world too, right? Someone cheered, but the brawny man ignored them, tugged at the iron cable, causing it to wrap tightly around the stone column of the stone arch. He then tied the iron cable in his hand to the trunk of the ancient tree where Tain Lin was hiding, thereafter using the cable as a bridge, stepping on the cable heading to the opposite shore. Good, he made it. Watching the stout man successfully reach under the stone arch on the other side, someone cheered loudly, as if they themselves had stepped into the immortal gate. Who's next? I will. One after another, some directly stepping on the iron cable to cross the abyss, some crawling over with the cable wrapped around, but the majority fell into the abyss. Kid, let's go too. The old man had already descended the tree, speaking to Tain Lin next to him. Tain Lin shook his head, pointing to the stone steps on the other side. Look, what's flowing down from the stone steps? Although the old man had unclear eyes, he still saw blood trickling down the steps. That blood is probably from those who crossed to the other side, those trying to ascend the steps. Haven't you noticed, there's no more sound of them talking on the other side? Why, after we've come all this way, crossed the sky gorge, and are about to enter the immortal gate, why kill us just outside the gate? People on this side of the cliff were red-eyed. Immediately someone said, didn't you see the words on the stone columns of the stone arch? Immortals and mortals forever apart, neither humans nor ghosts may enter. Still crossing. I won't go anymore, I'll just live in the nearby town first. When the immortal gate opens next year, I'll come again. Someone turned back down the mountain, but others, not willing to give up, climbed onto the iron cable, using all their strength to crawl to the other side. Kid, let's go too. The old man, with red eyes, pulled Tain Lin's hand. Tain Lin shook his head, advising him. We'll also stay in the nearby town first, then look for an opportunity to enter Yao Yu sect. Look, when we came from Linan County, weren't those bandit villagers former Huawalangs? They settled there, surely waiting for some kind of opportunity. I can't wait any longer, I'm a man in his 70s now. I don't know how many good years I have left, I can't wait, I must go. The old man disregarded Tain Lin's persuasion, glanced at the miles-deep abyss shrouded in clouds. Then he closed his eyes, clenched his teeth, and hugged the iron cable stretched between the two shores. The mountain wind whistled through the old man's tattered clothes, who like a maggot, wiggled his body, moving towards the unknown ahead. Kid, you wait for an opportunity outside the mountain. Once I have achieved immortality, I will come find you. The old man crossed the abyss successfully, joyfully waving at Tain Lin from under the stone arch on the other side. Tain Lin watched as the self-assured old man stepped onto the stone steps, climbing step by step, then disappearing into the mist. After an unknown period, thud 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 sounds of impacts echoed from the mist. Then a head, like a ball, continuously tumbled down from the stone steps, eventually resting under the stone arch. It's that old man. Someone commented. Ha, he's over 70, well past the age for cultivation. At such an age, still wanting to enter Yao Yu sect. Someone mocked. The sounds were particularly harsh, making Tain Lin unable to hold back. Who says cultivation is about age or talent? In cultivation, sincerity is what counts most. The old man told me, when the heart is sincere, the spiritual will respond. This young brother speaks truly, cultivation is primarily about sincerity. A voice sounded, and Tain Lin and the remaining Huawalang turned around, only to see a black-robed elder leisurely walking toward them. After sweeping his gaze over them, his tone changed as he added, however, if you choose the wrong path and seek the wrong immortal, sincerity alone is useless. The experienced Huawalang looked at the elder with wary faces and asked, Who are you? The black-robed elder smiled. He stretched his right hand out from his sleeve, and a wisp of flame suddenly lit up in his palm, quickly extinguished by the mountain breeze. Still wearing a proud expression, he said, I too, was once a Huawalang. Are you an immortal master? The eyes of the Huawalang heated up as they looked at the black-robed elder with a mix of anticipation and reverence. The black-robed elder withdrew his right hand and, stroking his beard with his left, stated atop the cliff, although I am not quite there yet, I'll soon be a great cultivator capable of qi cultivation on the first level. The Huawalang exchanged glances, afraid that the black-robed elder before them was a swindler. For in the lands far and wide, there were too many who deceived Huawalang to toil in mines or serve as laborers. I know what you are thinking, the old man continued, you just fear I am deceiving you into mining or laboring. After he finished, Tain Lin asked, then, what does the immortal master want with us? I have a good place to introduce to you, going to the merchant's fortress to mine for our eastern employers. The faces of those present turned pale as the black-robed elder added, our merchant's fortress deals with the Yao Yu sect. While mining there, not only can you practice immortal law, but you may even have the chance to become a servant disciple of the Yao Yu sect. He further explained, our merchant's young master is an outer disciple in the Yao Yu sect, our lord is a cultivator, capable of the fourth level of qi cultivation. If you possess the talent for cultivation, you can be like me in less than 10 years. With that, he extended his right hand from his sleeve once more, with a wisp of flame dancing in his palm, quickly extinguished again by the mountain wind. The people atop the cliff looked at each other, their hearts stirred despite the seeming simplicity of the matter. To practice immortal law, wasn't that what they had been tirelessly pursuing? I'm telling you, miss this village, and there won't be this store, said the black-robed elder sternly, his gaze focusing on the most hesitant Tain Lin. All right, then we will follow the senior. Tain Lin did not want to go with the black-robed elder, but his instincts told him this was not a matter for discussion. Very well, you lot come with me. The black-robed elder turned and led the way with quick steps. After exchanging glances, the Huawalang gritted their teeth and said, let's go. Even if we mine, we'll have something to eat, and besides, there's a chance to cultivate. No longer hesitating, they followed the black-robed elder who, looking back at Tain Lin who had not moved, frowned and said, you brat, what are you daydreaming about? Brat. The nickname was too familiar, Tain Lin thought the old man across the cliff had come back to life. He turned to look across the cliff, only to see the old man's head still there. Hearing the black-robed elder's urging, Tain Lin hesitated no longer and quickly followed the elder's steps. By now, it was dark, and the mountain path to the cliff top was littered with the discarded worn shoes and hand sticks of the Huawalang ahead. The black-robed elder said, you encountering me, consider it good luck. What's so great about being a Huawalang, enduring the wind and sleeping outdoors, where can you find any chances for cultivation? Besides, Yao Yu sect only recruits disciples who are well off and have trained their bodies from a young age. You outsiders, skin and bones, how would the immortal masters of the immortal gate ever take notice of you? As he spoke, the group had followed him to the foot of the mountain, where surprisingly, there were several hundred Huawalangs. These Huawalangs stood there like beggars, motionless. A few men in black on horses held whips, snapping them at those who stepped out of line. One of the men in black pointed with his whip at Tain Lin and his group, stand in the front, we will be leaving soon. Tain Lin glanced at the whip in the man's hand and the knife at his waist, and he stepped towards the line. Someone in the line whispered, kid, come over here. Tain Lin looked over in surprise, only to see Zhang Laode, his hair disheveled, waving at him. With a snap, a whip came down on Zhang Laoda's shoulder, but the one who cried out in pain was someone behind him. The man, clutching his split-open face, said, my lords, your whip hit me too. The man in black, with a cold face, said from atop his horse, then why didn't you keep him quiet? Still have the nerve to talk back? Asking for a beating. Before the man could plead for mercy, the whip of the man in black had wrapped around his neck, pulling him from the line and brutally smashing him against the nearby rock wall. The crowd saw the man's body hit the rock wall and instantly fall to the ground, dead. This scene stirred unrest among the beggar line, as the man on horseback collected his whip and said, "When we get to the merchant's fortress, don't say what you shouldn't say, don't ask what you shouldn't ask. If your loose tongues anger the lords, this fool's fate will be yours." After finishing his speech, he lightly tapped his whip and moved to the front of the line, loudly shouting on the road, "Let's go, back to the merchant's fortress." Upon hearing the whistle, 3 men in black maintained order at the front, middle, and back. The black-robed old man who had led Tain Lin and the others down the mountain rode at the very front, singing aloud, "In the morning before the sun rises, the door opens, and my wife sends me over the stone platform." Perhaps due to his qi cultivation, although the old man was not young, his voice was loud and clear, echoing through the valleys on both sides of the road. "Zhang Laode, didn't you go up the mountain during the day?" Tain Lin waited until the man in black moved away, then turned to quietly ask Zhang Laode. "Ha, why bother with the mountain? I knew from the start that entering the immortal gate of Yao Yu sect wouldn't be easy." Tain Lin couldn't help getting a bit angry upon hearing this. "Then why did you still bring so many people to go up the mountain to their deaths? How can you blame me for this? They wanted to find the immortal gate, and I happened to know where the Yao Yu sect was. They asked me to lead them to the immortal gate, I just helped them out." Zhang Laode said, "Look at you, that old man must have died this time, right? Actually, it's better that he's dead, he was already over 70, what else was he waiting for? This is the fate of a Huawalang." At this point in the conversation, a few men in black joined in singing, "We Huawalangs, travel all across. I don't blame you for the old man's death, that was his destiny, I just want to know why you're here." Zhang Laode glanced at the singing men in black ahead and then whispered to Tain Lin. "That the merchant's fortress is involved in cultivation is fake, because the merchant's fortress won't teach qi cultivation to outsiders, but that the merchant's fortress is capable of cultivation is true, because there truly is qi cultivation there." Tain Lin was about to speak when someone from behind tugged at his sleeve, saying, "Sir, I'm begging you, can you please not talk? You just caused someone's death, don't get me killed now, I still want to try cultivation." Hearing the plea from the person behind him, Tain Lin exchanged a glance with the boss Zhang, and decided not to speak any further. The team marched on silently for several miles, and it gradually became dark. On the official road, only the reprimands of the black-clad men and the clatter-clatter-clatter of horseshoes could be heard. Soon after rounding a mountain, passing by a river, everyone saw a glow of firelight in the distance. "Old Joe, quickly open the gate!" The black-robed elder leading the way shouted, and then galloped across the river. The black-clad men maintaining order raised their whips and lashed them on the bodies of the Huawalangs like herding sheep. "Move it! Move it, damn it, haven't eaten yet." Hearing about food, Tain Lin subconsciously touched his stomach but also quickened his pace, wading through the river to the other side. It wasn't until they approached the fire on the other side that they realized it was a stockade set up along a valley. At the mouth of the valley were wooden fences, and there were several chevaux de frise placed at the entrance. "Manager Su, how many people have you brought this time?" The person guarding the fence, wearing iron armor found from somewhere, walked vigorously to the side of the black-robed elder. The black-robed elder said from atop his horse, "This time it's just over 500 people, should be enough for half a year's use. How about it, have the positions in the mining field been arranged?" "Everything's been arranged, and the porridge for tonight is also prepared." As the armored soldier spoke with the black-robed elder, several black-clothed men continued to whip and drive the Huawalangs into the valley. "What are you all dawdling for? Eat first, there's work to be done early tomorrow morning." Someone already regretted it, thus pleading, "Please, boss, let me go, I don't want to mine anymore." But the response was the sound of drawing swords and the lightning-like flash of blades. The black-clothed men who killed drove their horses over the corpses, then turned to address the remaining Huawalangs. You agreed to the terms, and now you want to back out? You think my merchant fortress's mining field is a cesspit you can enter or leave whenever you want? If at first, they were angry but dared not speak out, after another person died, the remaining Huawalangs didn't even dare to feel anger. Boss Chong tugged at Tain Lin's sleeve and whispered among the crowd with a smile, "See, what did I tell you? This merchant fortress never intended to pass on the immortal technique, right?" Tain Lin continued to follow the people ahead while asking him, "You can still laugh at a time like this? Aren't you afraid of our situation?" "Afraid?" Boss Chong said, "Seeking immortality is never without hardship and danger. Working for the merchant fortress, as long as you work diligently, you won't necessarily lose your life." He continued, "I've been to too many places and know what this world is like. So-called fate with immortality is still a matter of silver tails. Those high officials and nobles can use silver tails to pave their way. People like us, we can only grasp opportunities to earn our lives." He declared, "The merchant fortress is where I'll earn my fate with immortality with my life." Just as he spoke with great enthusiasm, he immediately shut up and shrank his neck, looking like a quail. Tain Lin glanced around and realized that Manager Su, who had been chatting with the armored soldier before, had already walked over, and he told several black-clothed men, "It's too late tonight, let them sleep in the wooden house first, and they can eat tomorrow." Someone couldn't bear the hunger any longer and blurted out, Manager Su, I haven't eaten for 2 days, can I have a bowl of porridge?" "Get into the wooden house to sleep, what porridge do you want?" While the black-clad man kicked out over there, here Manager Su said, "It's okay to go hungry for 2 days, 1 more day won't make a difference. Alright, everyone go to sleep early. I fucking slept with his mother or what?" As soon as they entered the wooden hut, someone cursed. "Damned thing, bragging about how the merchant's fort had a partnership with the Yao Yu sect before we came, said there would be food for work, and even a chance to practice cultivation. Now that they've lured us here, they won't even spare a bowl of porridge." After cursing, a man lying in the hut sat up and said, "Manager Su wasn't exactly wrong, the merchant's fort does have a partnership with the Yao Yu sect, and by staying here we might really be able to cultivate. His refusal to give porridge is purely because he wants to line his own pockets." The newcomers all looked at the man who was originally lying down, listening as he said, "I came 6 months before you, so I know a bit about the mines. This Manager Su, just like us, was a mine slave once, but after currying favor with the merchants, he became a manager and started cultivating immortal techniques." While that man was talking, Lao Dezhong dragged Tain Lin to a corner of the large bunk. The hut was noisy, with 2 large bunks running from the south wall to the north, the smell of sweat and feet mingling haphazardly everywhere. "How about it, didn't I tell you? Just by staying here, you'll have a chance to cultivate, right?" Tain Lin followed Lao Dezhong and took over a corner of the large bunk, neither willing to leave the bed and give their spot away no matter how sleepy or not they were. "This chance for cultivation seems very slim. They say we need to curry favor with the merchant, but when does the merchant ever come to the mines? And where is there any opportunity for us to curry their favor?" At that moment, the man on the other side spoke again, "That's why, everyone, you have to work hard. As long as you work diligently, the managers will report your name to the merchant master, then you'll have a chance to see the master." That man was surrounded by many newcomers, but Tain Lin and Lao Dezhong didn't join them. Tain Lin turned his head and asked Lao Dezhong, "What do you think? How much truth is there in what that guy said?" Lao Dezhong took off his clothes to use as a pillow on the bed. Hearing Tain Lin's question, he chuckled. "I inquired before coming to the merchant's fort, and what that man said was all true. However, there's one point, for ordinary people working here, not being scolded is already good enough. To get the favor of the managers, do you have the skill?" While they were talking, a banging noise started from outside. Just then a voice in black clothes outside said, "What's all the noise for? Go to sleep early and save some energy for breaking rocks tomorrow." The people didn't dare to say more and climbed onto the large bunk. But with people packed so closely together, with the smell of sweaty bodies, nobody could fall asleep easily. Tain Lin touched the straw mat, feeling it damp and sticky like it was soaked with sweat. Lao Dezhong taunted Tain Lin, "You've been a Huawalang for a few years now, can't you even handle this?" Tain Lin slapped a flea dead on his hand, unable to help saying, "If you stay here for long, you're likely to get sick. This is the way the world is, if you don't want to sleep with fleas, then you have to seek immortality," said Lao Dezhong with a sigh. "We're not necessarily seeking to become gods, we're just seeking an opportunity to change our fates." Tain Lin didn't reply, just patted his own filthy clothes and tried to close his eyes. Most of the people couldn't sleep that night, filled with unease about the life ahead. Tain Lin didn't know what Lao Dezhong was thinking, but he knew that since Lao Dezhong came to the merchant's fort voluntarily, he must certainly have a plan to obtain immortal techniques. Tain Lin didn't know what Lao Dezhong's plan was, but he had also set his sights on one thing, and that was to keep an eye on Lao Dezhong at all times. First, get a method to practice martial arts from Lao Dezhong, because Lao Dezhong had martial arts skills. Then, find a way to obtain immortal techniques from Lao Dezhong. Lao Dezhong was right about one thing, for ordinary people wanting to change their fate, then cultivate. Before dawn broke, a group of people, unfamiliar with the bed they were in and uncertain of their future, had just fallen into a drowsy sleep when they were abruptly awakened by the sound of the door being kicked open. Experienced mind slaves quickly got up from their bedrolls to dress, while inexperienced newcomers only leaped out of bed with their bare torsos after a couple of lashes. Tain Lin sat up from the bed and put on his clothes while watching a man in black continuously whipping, and heard Zhang Laoda telling him, "In this mine, those wearing black are the supervisors." As soon as Zhang Laoda finished speaking, he received a lash, and the supervisor asked, "What are you two whispering about here?" Zhang Laoda, while rubbing the whip marks on his shoulder, grimaced and said to the supervisor, "Nothing much, we were just saying we're hungry and talking about eating." The supervisor then kicked Zhang Laoda's buttock, saying, "Go outside to eat, finish your meal early so you can start work early." Zhang Laoda pulled Tain Lin and left the room, only to see the space outside the room already crowded with mine slaves. These mine slaves gathered around a large pot, receiving a bowl of thin porridge each. "Hurry and line up, any later and there won't be any left to eat." After Zhang Laoda finished speaking, he had already scrambled to the back of a queue. "This porridge isn't right, why is there no steam at all?" Tain Lin felt slightly disappointed as he couldn't find the term porridge in his mind. Just after he finished speaking, a mine slave ahead in the queue sneered, "This is last night's porridge, originally meant to welcome you newcomers. But Manager Su, to save a meal's cost, didn't feed you and kept it till today for everyone's breakfast." Tain Lin was surprised, was Manager Su saving money for the merchant? Or was it for himself? Meanwhile, as Zhang Laoda fought for a spot, he was immediately pushed aside. But Zhang Laoda was no pushover, with one kick, he knocked that man to the ground. At that moment, Zhang Laoda showed a completely different face than when he faced the man in black, sneering down at the man, saying, "Bullying a newcomer, you should also see who the target is, right, brother?" The man frowned, got up, dusted off his buttocks, and joined another queue. Tain Lin took the opportunity to stand behind Zhang Laoda, smiling and saying, "I heard from the old man that brother Zhang, you are a martial arts expert." "Haha." Zhang Laoda laughed and said, "So, you want to learn martial arts? I can teach you if you want." Tain Lin didn't immediately respond, how could he not want to learn martial arts? It seems Zhang Laoda dared to come to this mine because he relied on his strong martial arts skills, capable of enduring hard labor that ordinary people couldn't bear, at least he wouldn't be worked to death. Tain Lin thought to himself that to avoid being worked to death, he must learn some martial arts. Brother Chong is willing to teach me? I just don't know what I can offer you. After Tain Lin finished speaking, Zhang Laoda said, You are a person I brought to Linan County. I teach you some boxing techniques, should I still charge you silver? Tain Lin didn't believe Zhang Laoda was that kind of person. If Zhang Laoda were a good man, I'm afraid all the devastated families along the way would rise from their graves. Tain Lin didn't delve deeper, assuming Zhang Laoda was a good person for now. The two finally reached the front of the iron pot, only to see the woman serving porridge already scraping the bottom of the pot with a large spoon. When it was Zhang Laoda's turn, there was still almost half a bowl left, but when it reached Tain Lin, only a mouthful of soup was left. And there were even unluckier people, those newcomers behind Tain Lin. These people couldn't help but wail, We haven't eaten for days, how could you not save even a mouthful of soup for us? A man in black coldly said, You woke up so late and arrived so late, and you still want soup? Even shit wouldn't be warm if you were late. The newcomers dared not speak out, only watching others slurp the porridge greedily. Tain Lin poured the soup in his bowl into his mouth and then frowned, Why does this porridge taste sour? An old mine slave laughed and said, It hasn't grown mold yet, that's pretty good already. Zhang Laoda, having only drunk half a bowl, handed his bowl to Tain Lin, saying, I still have some left, do you want it? Tain Lin shook his head, but suddenly a hand reached out and grabbed Zhang Laoda's bowl, trying to snatch it away. The person was quick, but Zhang Laoda's reaction was no slower. Zhang Laoda let go of the bowl in his hand, and as the man was just taking the bowl away, Zhang Laoda punched him in the nose with his now free right hand. The man cried out and fell backward, the bowl slipping from his hands. Just as the half bowl of porridge was about to be wasted, Zhang Laoda flipped in midair and caught the bowl, not spilling a single drop of soup. This move not only surprised Tain Lin but also made many of the mine slaves present applaud. At this time, Tain Lin's gaze shifted to several men in black. Those men just took another look at Zhang Laoda and then didn't interfere further. See, there's no need to be too careful in life. I offered you the porridge, you didn't take it, and it almost went to someone else. Zhang Laoda laughed and said these words, then finished the porridge in the bowl in one gulp. The sky brightened a bit more by then, and a manager immediately shouted, Everyone, take your tools, newcomers are responsible for carrying the mine, the old mine slaves go to mine. Under the whips, the complaints ceased, they could only pick up the baskets lying on the open ground and head to the mine with their picks. The so-called mine was actually an open pit filled with blue giant rocks. It is said that the stones mined here can be refined into a metal that can be used to forge magical treasures. Because of this, the merchant family has been mining here for generations, extracting these metals and then sending them to Yao Yu sect. These huge rocks are extremely difficult to mine, manual excavation is too inefficient. It is only possible to fracture the massive stones bit by bit using fire and water. Tain Lin watched as the veteran mine slaves began to work, and new mine slaves staggered towards the distant mining carts, bearing rocks and gritting their teeth. He couldn't help but wonder, why not bring the mining cart over here? These thoughts flashed through his mind briefly as Tain Lin reached the pile of ores with his basket on his back. Here, many ores left earlier by others awaited transportation, and a person in charge of loading picked up a huge rock and placed it in Tain Lin's basket. At 15, Tain Lin, having endured the elements year-round, was not just skin and bones but still staggered under the weight of the heavy stone. Just as he was about to kneel from the weight, Zhang Laoda beside him supported his basket and asked, Can you handle it? The loading mine slave said, Whether you can handle it or not, you must fill the basket to get the counting token. What else could be said? Tain Lin gritted his teeth and responded, Fill it up, I can hold on. The reality was not so easy, after just 2 trips, he was already drenched in sweat. The man in black did not whip him but coldly said, Kid, you need to gather 20 tokens to qualify for a meal. If you don't want to starve, Don't be lazy. I'm with you, I'll support you. After saying this, Zhang Laoda pulled Tain Lin up. He first loaded his own basket, then supported Tain Lin's as well. Tain Lin felt his load lighten and upon looking at Zhang Laoda, saw his stable gait and steady hands, making it look effortlessly easy. Admiringly, Tain Lin said, "Brother Zhang's skills must be really high, right?" Zhang Laoda smiled and said, "According to worldly society, I am considered a top-notch expert." "Is a top-notch expert the highest rank?" "No, above top-notch is the Grandmaster. Grandmasters are the strongest combatants, but any strong person is nothing but a common rabble in front of a chi refiner." With Zhang Laoda's help, Tain Lin was still one token short of the 20 needed. Starving, his eyes nearly turned green, but he did not ask Zhang Laoda for help. Taking the chance when everyone was eating, Tain Lin went to the back hill of the mine. Not just him, many new mine slaves who hadn't gathered enough tokens also headed to the back hill to dig for wild vegetables. The men in black seemingly didn't want to starve these newcomers to death, so they turned a blind eye. But it seemed the wild vegetables had been picked clean on the hill, leaving only numerous toxic herbs and poisonous flowers flourishing. Tain Lin eyed one of the plants and reached out to pluck it. A kind person warned him, "Kid, you can't eat that jajika, it will give you diarrhea." Tain Lin replied, "It turns out I have a strange illness. I've always been constipated and nothing gives me diarrhea, so don't worry about me." Despite the disbelief of others, Tain Lin stuffed the jajika into his mouth. In his view, when his eyes landed on the jajika, a prompt appeared. Dragon blood grass, enhances vitality and strengthens the body and mind, a supplementary medicine for people of the worldly society, edible. Indeed, after eating this dragon blood grass, Tain Lin felt his strength partially restored and he no longer felt weak. Yet the hunger in his stomach did not subside. It wasn't something one dragon blood grass could alleviate. Holy essence grass, a pseudo-spirit grass-level magical herb, consuming it can increase inner strength for a year. It is a treasure for people in the worldly society, edible. As Tain Lin continued eating dragon blood grass, he was soon attracted by a wild flower. Looking at the budding flower, Tain Lin's eyes lit up, and he directly picked it. "Kid, even if jajika is tolerable, you can't eat the soul-burying flower, it's deadly if consumed." Tain Lin, not in a hurry to eat holy essence grass, just asked the man, "What is a soul-burying flower?" The man said, "Soul-burying flower is sinister. It usually grows where people have died. Crushed into a powder, it's colorless and tasteless, so those in the worldly society often use it to harm others." Tain Lin frowned and said, "That means a lot of people have died in our mine." The mine slave laughed, saying, "Manager Su lures a batch of Huawalang here to work as mine slaves every year. These Huawalang either die of exhaustion or illness, and almost all are replaced by new people after a year. The bodies of those old ones, all thrown into this back hill, become nourishment for this vein. How could this place not grow soul-burying flowers?" Confronted with the hill full of soul-burying flowers, Tain Lin momentarily fell silent, as if each fluttering blossom represented a living person's life. It gave him some discomfort in his heart, making the holy essence grass in his hand seem less appealing. But this discomfort was just that, a feeling. To survive in this cruel world, he had to eat this holy essence grass. A stem represented a year of inner strength. What about 10 or 100 stems? "Okay, I won't eat this flower." What Tain Lin said was one thing, but he tucked the holy essence grass into his pocket. Coming back to the question, what exactly qualifies as a year's inner strength? He planned to ask Zhang Laoda about it during rest that night, as among the mine slaves knowledgeable in martial arts, only Zhang Laoda had offered to teach him. "Brother Zhang, what is inner strength?" Inner strength is a form of energy formed in the danshan through the practice of breathing and meditation. To become a master, one must cultivate both internally and externally. While sipping porridge, old Zhang smiled and said to Tain Lin, "However, I don't recommend you start cultivating inner strength now, as it is not a day's work. With your life in the mines, where would you find the time to cultivate? Tain Lin remained silent, finishing the hot porridge in his bowl in one gulp. The entire afternoon, with the help of old Chong, he finally gathered 20 tokens. But 20 tokens could only be exchanged for a bowl of porridge without any oil, only pickles. How could that stave off hunger? Tain Lin suspected that old man Su was deliberately killing people, as just in that afternoon, more than a dozen newcomers had collapsed from exhaustion. Go to sleep early tonight, get up early tomorrow. The man in black spoke a few words after work, and a group of people listlessly ran towards the wooden hut. On the large communal bed, a crowd of people collapsed at this moment. Tain Lin took off his clothes and glanced over the bodies of the mine slaves in the hut. Most people were massaging their legs and shoulders at this time, and a sad mood began to permeate among the newcomers. Damn, this manager Su is too stingy, right? How much money can he make from saving a little food from our meals? We work all day long and don't get paid a penny. Some were crying and wiping tears, while others joined in. Yet, we've been deceived. This place is just deceiving us outsiders like Hua Walang, making us work for free. Shall we run? Run? Have you seen those men in black? Have you seen the large fence at the valley mouth? These men in black, reportedly also from old miners, became supervisors and helped the merchants oppress us because they did well and won manager Su's favor. Everyone discussed animatedly, perhaps due to a shared miserable experience and a common enemy, they felt considerably closer to each other. Some picked their toes or rubbed the sweat and dirt on their chests, asking each other about their origins and experiences seeking the immortal technique. Unable to stand the smell in the hut, Tain Lin asked old Chong, I'm going to take a bath, brother Chong, want to come along? Old Chong picked up his clothes, got up from the bedding, and left the wooden hut with Tain Lin. A man in black guarded the door, frowning as they came out. Where are you going this late at night? We're going to take a bath. Be back before the night watch, don't think about slipping away. If I catch you, I'll behead you. The man in black did not stop them, letting Tain Lin and old Chong head to the creek by the mine. There weren't many actually bathing by the creek at that time, although everyone was uncomfortably dirty. But after a tiring day, with bodies full of injuries, touching water only brought pain. Thus, neither the energy nor the mood for a bath was there. When Tain Lin took off his clothes, the raw flesh on his body felt fiercely painful. But jumping into the water, he felt much more relaxed. Among those present, only the old mine slaves could still chat and laugh. Besides them, old Chong was the most emotionally stable. Old Chong bathed by the side, while Tain Lin took out the holy essence grass he had hidden in the daytime. In the dark night, no one could see Tain Lin's actions, nor did they know that he stuffed the soul-burying flower directly into his mouth. After eating the so-called soul-burying flower, Tain Lin felt a liquid similar to plain water flowing down his throat. Then, he felt a stream of energy rushing toward his lower abdomen. Before he could properly feel it, he toppled headfirst into the river. What happened to you? Old Chong, who was washing, turned his head only to see Tain Lin spasming and rolling his eyes back in the stream. He immediately pulled Tain Lin out of the river and dragged him to the shore. This kid drowned, right? An experienced mine slave joined the conversation. It doesn't look like drowning, more like he got possessed by the devil during training. Someone from the worldly society commented. As people were speaking all at once, Zhang Laoda laid Tain Lin face down on the ground. He then pressed his right hand on Tain Lin's back, and after a few presses, Tain Lin spat out a pool of green juice. Good skills, brother, able to use inner strength to heal others, must be a top-notch expert like Leopard brother, right? An old mine slave remarked with experience, but Zhang Laoda ignored him. Frowning, when he finally slapped the soul-burying flower out of Tain Lin's mouth, his frown deepened. It doesn't look like possession by the devil, Turns out it was an attempted suicide by poisoning. Tain Lin heard the whispers around him, and upon opening his eyes, he saw Zhang Laoda looking at him. He felt relieved and listened to Zhang Laoda saying, "I thought you took some kind of precious medicine and got possessed because you couldn't digest its power." He asked Tain Lin, "Why did you suddenly decide to commit suicide by taking the soul-burying flower?" At that moment, Tain Lin didn't know how to explain and just said, "Didn't Brother Zhang want to teach me martial arts? Could you teach me the mental method for cultivating inner strength?" Kid, although inner strength can greatly increase one's power and strength, it requires meticulous cultivation, and one cannot progress without years of effort. Rather than practicing inner strength, it would be quicker to practice boxing and physically toughen up. Someone offered advice from the side, but Tain Lin was determined. He had the holy essence grass, which could equal a year's worth of effort in one go. The only issue was that he didn't know the mental method, and didn't know how to harness the medicinal power of the holy essence grass, which led to the earlier accident. Fortunately, fearing the accident, he had brought Zhang Laoda close by. "If you are resolute, then why would I hesitate to share a mental method with you?" Zhang Laoda patted Tain Lin's shoulder and said, "Wait until tomorrow, tomorrow I will teach you the mental method." At that moment bell sounds rang out, prompting a group of people to hurriedly dress and rush to the wooden house. Inside and outside the wooden house seemed like two different worlds, one with fresh air and the other filled with stifling miasma. Upon entering the wooden house, Tain Lin heard an old mine slave cursing, "You newcomers, if you pee at night, can't you dump the bucket the next day? Keeping it in the room stinks so badly, does it smell good to you?" No one spoke inside the house. Then someone outside in black clothing cursed, "Why aren't you sleeping late at night? If you can't sleep, go out and carry a few more stones back." With these words from the person in black, the room instantly became quiet. Tain Lin and Zhang Laoda squeezed onto a sleeping pallet, and Tain Lin once again felt the need to greet his neighbor even just to turn over. He didn't know when these days would end, but he sincerely hoped that Zhang Laoda would pull off something big and secure the so-called immortal technique. However, observing throughout the day, Tain Lin didn't notice any extra movements from Zhang Laoda. He was just like any other mine slave, earnestly carrying stones to earn his quota, showing no additional behaviors. The next morning, as usual, after eating porridge, they started carrying stones. By noon, Tain Lin didn't know from whom Zhang Laoda had ripped a piece of cloth, which he then used charcoal to write on. Tain Lin, not very familiar with the characters of this world, could only recognize half of the characters of this mental method taught by the old man. Disregarding the time wasted at noon, in the afternoon Zhang Laoda started explaining the mental method to Tain Lin again. That evening during bath time, Tain Lin, as usual, took out the holy essence grass. This time, however, he did not dare to swallow the holy essence grass whole but rather plucked a leaf and put it in his mouth. As the medicine spread through his body, Tain Lin began to guide the medicine's power to gather in his danshan according to the mental method. He could feel the holy essence grass truly generating a qi in his danshan. Although it was weak, Zhang Laoda said, most newcomers practicing the mental method can't cultivate even a trace of danshan qi for half a year. The medicinal potency of the holy essence grass is considerable. Tain Lin took nearly half an hour just to assimilate a single leaf. After coming ashore, Chief Zhang kept his gaze fixed on Tain Lin. He couldn't tell if Tain Lin had succeeded in his cultivation, nor did he believe that Tain Lin could cultivate his danshan energy so quickly. While waiting for Tain Lin, some old mine slaves gathered nearby and conversed. A man smoking a dry tobacco pipe squinted at Tain Lin for a long while, then scoffed, thinking to cultivate inner strength like this? He must have listened to too many worldly tales. Immediately, someone echoed the man's words, "Old ya doesn't know, but I tried to advise this kid yesterday. It's just that this kid looks down on physical martial arts and insists on learning the mental methods for inner strength." "Who taught him? Isn't that like a blind person playing the lute, talking nonsense?" Everyone turned toward Chief Zhang, but no one uttered a word. The smarter ones caught on, this old Ye was targeting Chong. Chief Chong chuckled, he was just about to speak when Tain Lin, who was meditating on the ground, opened his eyes. At that moment, the watch bell sounded again, and a supervisor carrying a torch approached them. The mine slaves hurriedly grabbed their clothes and jogged toward the cabins, fearing the whip. Who is this old Ye? He seems quite familiar with the supervisor. Tain Lin did not pay attention to the outside affairs while meditating, but upon opening his eyes, he sensed something was amiss. Listening to Chief Chong, he said, where there are people, there's worldly society, and in such a society, there are always people who band together for profit. This old Ye is one of those who schemes for personal gains in the underworld. Tain Lin asked him, did we offend him? It's not you who offended him, but me. Have you forgotten the rules of the mine? The person who works the most each month gets a reward from Master Shang, and might even get to see Master Shang himself. Realization dawned on Tain Lin. Before Chief Chong entered the mine, the advanced individual of the mine was most likely old Ye or his cronies. Clearly, Chief Chong isn't one of old Ye's men. In fact, he might have even taken old Ye's place as the advanced individual. This old Ye, he's probably not a match for you, Brother Chong. If he was sure he could take on Brother Chong, he would have done it directly. Bright spears are easy to dodge, but hidden arrows are hard to guard against. He can't touch me, but what about you? The two returned to the cabin, and the next day, Chief Zhang's words proved prophetic. At lunchtime, two youths dragged Tain Lin to the back mountain. Some mine slaves who saw the two youths quickly dodged away. Tain Lin noticed this and touched the broken rocks tucked in his belt. You brat, are you familiar with that big guy? At this moment, old Ye sat on a big rock, puffing away at his dry tobacco pipe. Not that familiar, I met him when we were both working as Hua Walangs. Tain Lin told the truth, but his eyes kept watching the smoking pipe in old Ye's hand. Old Ye passed the smoking pipe to Tain Lin and asked, want to take a puff? Tain Lin glanced at the yellowish-white tartar on the mouthpiece and shook his head, I don't smoke. Tain Lin was disdainful, but the two young men accompanying him sycophantically said to old Ye, Big brother, I smoke, let me have a few puffs. Old Ye kicked the young man, laughing and scolding, want to suck on everything, would you suck on a chicken cutlet if I gave it to you? Although he scolded, old Ye eventually passed the smoking pipe to the young man. He then turned back to Tain Lin, saying, don't like smoking, how about drinking or eating pastries? Tain Lin directly asked, old Ye brother, just tell me, what do you want me to do? Old Ye looked appreciatively at Tain Lin but didn't state his purpose directly, instead he said. That Zhang taught you mental methods, clearly misleading you. How can mental methods be solely mastered through hard practice on your own? He stood up, suddenly stomped on the stone beneath his feet, and continued, mental methods are slow work, but physical martial arts are the fast skills you need right now. With a crack, the stone under his feet split apart. Tain Lin's mouth hung open in surprise, and old Ye was pleased with his reaction. He said, want to learn? I'll teach you, as long as you do one thing for me. Old Ye, can you say what it is? Tain Lin already had a guess in mind, but his face showed no signs as he saw old Ye pull a small paper packet from his sleeve, here's some knockout drug. Find a way to put it in Zhang's bowl. I'll teach you the technique afterward and let you enjoy meat every month. Okay. Tain Lin agreed quickly, took the small paper packet from old Ye, and left. He descended from the back mountain and opened the small paper packet to take a look. Inside the packet was a pile of powder, but what caught Tain Lin's eye was an additional prompt holy essence grass powder, pseudo-spirit grass level treasured medicine powder, consuming it can increase half a year of inner strength, a precious item among worldly society, edible. Tain Lin glanced at it, secured the small paper packet, and then went back to work. Last night's cultivation was very useful, Tain Lin still found carrying stones somewhat strenuous. He wasn't very adept at using the Danshan energy, but even so, without Chief Zhang's help, Tain Lin could now carry the stones on his own. Not bad, kid, it hasn't been long, and you're already adapting to the weight of the stones. Chief Chong didn't suspect that Tain Lin had cultivated the Danshan energy, as it was too nonsensical. During lunch, Tain Lin told Chief Chong, "Old Ye gave me a paper packet, asking me to put it into your bowl." Chief Chong smiled unchanged, patting Tain Lin's shoulder with his large hand. "I saw it all at noon, but I don't know what medicine he gave you." "Give him the soul-burying flower." "Haha, they sure know how to use their local resources." Zhang Leida didn't care too much, but Tain Lin reminded him, "Poisoning is something I can do easily. But without me, they'd have plenty of chances to poison you too." Zhang Leida nodded, "I'll be careful with that myself, and I appreciate your loyalty. I don't think you should continue practicing the internal cultivation methods. How about trying some combat skills? Having various skills doesn't hurt, and Tain Lin would rather offend those with the surname Ye to maintain a good relationship with Zhang Leida. After all, those surnamed Ye are mostly just deceiving people with empty promises. Even if those surnamed Ye fulfilled their promises, it was more important for Tain Lin to keep Zhang Leida alive. Because compared to learning a bit of combat skills, Tain Lin was more interested in cultivating. He wanted to see how Zhang Leida would strategize the immortal techniques, as his own fate in cultivation might depend on Zhang Leida. At night, Zhang Leida began teaching Tain Lin combat skills. This scene could not be avoided from anyone, and by Tain Lin's thoughts, those surnamed Ye probably already hated him. He also didn't regret offending those surnamed Ye because of Zhang Leida, but instead became even more diligent. While Zhang Leida bathed, Tain Lin practiced his combat skills. After returning to the wooden hut, Tain Lin started meditating. Seeing Tain Lin meditating earnestly, everyone in the room laughed, and someone said, "Looks like we're going to have a grand master coming out of our hut." Tain Lin ignored these people's teasing and continued meditating until midnight before stopping. Today, he had consumed half of the holy essence grass, and according to the descriptions, wasn't that equivalent to half a year of cultivation effort? Tain Lin was not clear how strong half a year of cultivation effort was, but he clearly felt more energy in his Danshan. The effects of the holy essence grass were strong, and Tain Lin had nothing to complain about. But the stronger the medicinal properties of the holy essence grass, the longer he needed to digest it. Subtracting the time spent mining during the day, and his already limited sleep time, now he only had about 2 hours to sleep each day to digest the holy essence grass. If only I could quit working and focus on cultivating. Under the current circumstances, that was, of course, just a beautiful dream. Compared to their first day in the mine, the new mine slaves now knew to get up early to grab porridge. Most people managed to have porridge for lunch and dinner each day based on calculations, but a few could only manage to have it for lunch. Thus, almost all the newcomers relied on the porridge at breakfast, which didn't require calculations, as a lifeline. After drinking the porridge, Tain Lin set his bowl properly and grabbed his backpack to head to the mines. When he saw a young man replacing the one who usually lifted rocks, Tain Lin's expression changed. The young man, grinning with yellow teeth, spoke to Tain Lin, "Yesterday Elder Ye invited you for a smoke, but you refused. Today Elder Ye invites you to carry rocks, let's see if you will carry them." After speaking, he picked up a rock and placed it in Tain Lin's backpack. 2 big rocks along with some rubble, Tain Lin's backpack was instantly brimming. You should know, these were not ordinary rocks, but rocks meant for the Yao Yu sect to forge implements with. At that moment, Tain Lin could already hear the straps on his shoulders squeaking, as if they couldn't bear the weight of the rocks and would break at any time. "Elder Ye asks me to carry rocks, of course, I will carry them. Just curious, did you have the chicken steak Elder Ye invited you for yesterday?" Tain Lin turned to face the young man. The young man's smile froze, and he then blushed with anger, shouting, "Fuck, are you cursing at me?" As he spoke, he kicked at Tain Lin, not expecting Tain Lin to kick back. Without the half-holy essence grass from yesterday, Tain Lin definitely couldn't have countered while carrying the rocks. His kick, filled with inner strength, directly broke the young man's leg. A sharp scream came from the young man as he fell back onto the jagged rocks behind. These rocks were mostly sharp and spike-like, and the young man screamed again as he lay on the ground. This scene drew the attention of many onlookers, with quite a few people turning their gazes towards Tain Lin. "What's going on here?" A person dressed in black approached with a dark face and lashed a whip at Tain Lin's shoulder. Tain Lin's body slightly tilted, and the backpack on his back spilled towards the young man on the ground. Finally, the backpack straps couldn't bear the weight of the huge rocks inside, and with a bang, 2 large rocks smashed onto the young man's head. The young man didn't scream anymore, only lifting his fingers slightly before they completely stilled. "Fuck, why can't you carry the rocks more securely?" The person in black looked annoyed and lashed the whip at Tain Lin's hand, then said, "Now quickly carry this dead body to the back mountain." He raised his whip again, but fortunately, Zhang Leita had already hurried over. Tain Lin noted that Zhang Leita's backpack was also brimming, yet he casually strode through the rocky terrain. He grabbed the black-clothed person's hand while smiling, "Supervisor, save some strength, we'll carry the dead away." The person in black glanced at Zhang Leita's backpack, then looked towards Elder Ye not too far away. He glared at Elder Ye and said, "I don't care what dirty business you all have going on, but don't cause trouble while I'm on duty." Elder Ye dared not speak until the black-clothed person walked away, then he sternly approached. The man surnamed Ye glanced at Boss Zhang and then asked Tain Lin, "Did you do that on purpose?" Tain Lin retorted, "What do you mean on purpose? Are you saying I deliberately started a quarrel?" Being both angry and amused, the man surnamed Ye said, "Clever boy, you've hidden your intentions well. I was fooled this time, but if I don't flay you next time, how am I supposed to explain to my subordinates? If you can't explain, then you should step aside." Boss Zhang, smiling, stood in front of Tain Lin, shielding him and said to the man surnamed Ye, "If you're unwilling to step aside, then you might as well end it yourself." At this point, tensions rose again. Meanwhile, a man in black threw over a piece of green stone, saying, "What are you still standing around for? Hurry up and toss away the corpse." Boss Zhang gave Tain Lin a meaningful look, and Tain Lin threw down the broken carrying basket, grabbed the legs of the young man's corpse, and dragged it away. At this moment, as Tain Lin passed by, most of the mine slaves hastened to avoid him. They looked at Tain Lin's stern face and then at the young man whose face was gone, leaving only half a scalp on his neck. Following behind with the young man's head in hand, Boss Zhang and Tain Lin casually walked up the back hill. Boss Zhang couldn't help but laugh, "You've hidden quite deeply, haven't you? And you said you hadn't learned any inner strength." Tain Lin did not explain. He dragged the corpse to the cliff on the back hill and threw it directly off the precipice. Just then, Boss Zhang threw the severed head upwards and then with a kick, sent it flying disappearing below the cliff. Listening to Boss Zhang, "That Ye won't let this go without a fight, stick close to me these next few days." Tain Lin nodded, "Lucky it was someone clumsy today, otherwise I would have really been in danger. I wanted to wait another half-month until I was sure before making a move, but if we don't act now, both of us could be in danger." Boss Zhang patted Tain Lin on the shoulder, "That man surnamed Ye won't last another few days, I'll figure a way to deal with him." The two did not stay on the back hill for long and soon returned to the mine. At this time, the person filling Tain Lin's basket with stones had changed. This new person grinned obsequiously at Tain Lin, filling his carrying basket with 2 chunks of stone. This seemingly full basket had much space left unfilled at the bottom. Tain Lin smiled at the man who, flattered, hurriedly nodded and bowed. Just in that morning, Tain Lin had earned 60 counters, making many others envious. "It'd be great if there were some meat," After downing 3 bowls of porridge, Tain Lin felt full for the first time in many days. Yearning for some meat? Then let's work hard. If we combine our counters, perhaps we can compete for this month's reward, maybe even get to meet Master Shang. Boss Chong patted Tain Lin's shoulder, returned his bowl, and left. In the afternoon, as usual, Tain Lin earned another 60 counters. While heading back to his room, he heard people discussing. From now on, better keep a distance from those surnamed Zhang and Tian to avoid trouble. Once they settle their dispute with the one surnamed Ye, we will know who to align with. The voice was initially loud, but as Tain Lin entered the room, it gradually quieted down, eventually going silent. Tain Lin swept a glance around the room. Aside from a few old mine slaves who were not afraid of him, most turned their heads away, pretending to be busy. When Boss Zhang walked in and saw Tain Lin meditating on his bed while everyone else was whispering, he sensed something unusual. He soon understood and laughed. We've been living here together for so long, let's not be strangers. The people in the room just smiled without engaging in further conversation. Seeing this, Boss Zhang shook his head and left the room. Tain Lin took down the bamboo tube from his waist and openly poured the soul-burying pollen given to him by the man surnamed Ye into the bamboo tube, mixing it with water. No one knew what the white medicine powder was, nor did anyone come over to ask. Under everyone's gaze, Tain Lin took a sip of the water. The drug acted quickly inside him, prompting Tain Lin to guide the formation of Danshan Qi in his Danshan. When Boss Zhang returned, Tain Lin had already emptied the bamboo tube of water. Seeing Tain Lin meditating intensely, Boss Zhang did not disturb him. That night, Tain Lin struggled to fall asleep until late. Outside it was profoundly silent, but inside, snoring thundered. A row of mine slaves, packed tightly front to back, slept unexpectedly soundly. Tain Lin shook his head. Previously, because of Boss Zhang, the people nearby deliberately left more space for him. Even without Boss Zhang around this time, others still dared not come too close. He did not know how long he had slept when the sound of someone breaking into the room erupted outside. Having formed a conditioned reflex, the mine slaves inside could sit up no matter how deep their sleep at the sound of the door being kicked in. A group of them hurried out, seizing bowls and lining up. Stepping outside, Tain Lin immediately saw the man surnamed Ye watching him with a warning and threatening gaze. Tain Lin didn't know how Boss Zhang planned to deal with the man surnamed Ye and simply met his challenger's gaze without engaging further. He was somewhat concerned about Boss Zhang messing up. If Boss Zhang did not urgently eliminate the man surnamed Ye, Tain Lin's own situation could become quite perilous. Given the current situation, Tain Lin had no regrets. He did not kill anyone, but that didn't stop others from targeting him. The best course of action, if Boss Zhang did not make a move, was for him to find a way to kill the man surnamed Ye first, to avoid being caught off guard later. After breakfast, Tain Lin's basket was once again stuffed full. The mine slave who had placed stones for Tain Lin said with a mournful face, "Brother Tain, don't get me wrong, I didn't want to target you, it's Boss Ye who forced me to do it." Tain Lin didn't say anything, and still managed to earn 60 calculating chips that morning. Boss Ye was somewhat surprised, and he found Tain Lin again and said, "You rascal, I didn't expect you to really have some skills. How about it, do you want to join us? I won't hold yesterday's incident against you." Tain Lin responded noncommittally, "Let me think about it." Boss Ye was no fool, and he said, "Make your decision now, or else I guarantee you won't survive tomorrow." Tain Lin frowned, thought for a moment, and said, "All right, what do you want me to do?" Boss Ye took out another small paper package from his sleeve. "I'll tell you straight, this is soul-burying pollen, find a way to pour it into Mr. Zhang's bowl. Once he's dead, not only will our grudges be erased, but you can also start working for me." "All right." Tain Lin answered quickly, took the small paper package and said, "I'll poison him tonight." Behind Tain Lin's back, Boss Ye warned in a low voice, I advise you not to play tricks on me. Tomorrow morning, I want to see Zhang's corpse, otherwise, the next one to die will be you. Tain Lin remained silent until after lunch when he returned to his room and poured the soul-burying pollen into the bamboo tube. He found that the soul-burying pollen was somewhat easier to digest than consuming the soul-burying flower directly, but he didn't know how Boss Ye managed to turn the flowers into pollen, nor did he know if the other party would sell this proprietary technique. After drinking some water, Big Chong from outside walked in and asked, What did Boss Ye say during the day? He came to make peace with me, and I agreed. Big Chong smiled, patted Tain Lin on the shoulder, and said, Wait until we settle this matter in a couple of days, then we'll make a move against him. Tain Lin glanced at Big Chong, knowing that he ventured into this mine for the sake of immortal techniques. He had been anticipating Big Zhang's plan but never asked as Big Chong never spoke of it. Watching Big Chong leave the room, Tain Lin began to meditate. Tain Lin wasn't sure if it was an illusion, but Big Chong hadn't had a drop of water or a bite of food all day. It seemed like Big Chong also didn't trust Boss Ye very much, fearing that the other party might poison him. So, did Big Chong trust him? Probably not, since Big Chong rarely stayed alone with him these past few days. Tain Lin practiced until midnight again and then fell asleep. He noticed another issue. It seemed like Big Chong was sleeping, but in reality, he was just pretending and actually staying vigilant with his eyes closed. Tain Lin smiled, pleased with the current situation. As long as Boss Ye did not die, Big Chong would live in continuous unrest. Not only was he afraid of Boss Ye poisoning him, but he also feared that Tain Lin, who had seemingly joined Boss Ye, might stab him in the middle of the night. In the morning, everyone was once again awakened by the sound of doors breaking. Tain Lin sat up and yawned. He watched as Big Chong got up methodically and couldn't help but ask curiously and admirably, You top-notch experts can go 3 days without sleep, food, or water, and not feel uncomfortable. Big Zhang's smile faltered, and seeing that Tain Lin had spoken openly, he also honestly said, I can endure lack of sleep, but as for drinking water, I drank from the creek. Tain Lin had been to the creek, the water quality there was poor. The water flowed out from the mine and carried a metallic taste. Moreover, that place was used for bathing. Look out, by tomorrow, I'll slaughter Boss Ye. After Big Chong finished speaking, he left the room, and Tain Lin followed him out. This time Boss Ye wasn't in line with the others, his gaze locking onto Tain Lin almost spitting fire. Tain Lin had twice tricked him with 2 packets of soul-burying pollen, yet today, Big Chong was still alive and well, which infuriated him. Good lad, are you taking me for a fool? Boss Ye couldn't confront Tain Lin directly in front of the men in black, so he came up close and hissed in Tain Lin's ear. Tain Lin said, Mr. Chong saw us together yesterday, he no longer trusts me. These 3 days, he hasn't eaten a single meal, and he even drinks bath water from the creek. Hearing this, Boss Ye frowned and looked at his assistant. The assistant thought for a moment and then said, Indeed, Mr. Chong has been bathing alone these past 2 days and hasn't stayed with this rascal. Looks like he's suspicious of this kid too. Boss Ye darkly stared at Tain Lin and said, Then what use are you to me, you rascal? Boss Ye was very wary of Big Chong, relying solely on fighting skills. He had no confidence in defeating Big Chong. He could only rely on despicable methods. After all, Big Chong wasn't an immortal master, and there would always be times he let his guard down. Here's what we'll do, I won't sleep tonight, and when he falls asleep, I'll stab him. Tain Lin planned to just make it through today, and tomorrow would be the time for Big Chong to fulfill his promise. Boss Ye looked at Tain Lin skeptically, but it was his assistant who said, Boss, Mr. Chong is tough to deal with, we can't risk our own lives. Since this kid is willing to try, let's give him another chance. It was evident that Boss Ye's side was also quite intimidated by Big Chong. Both parties were wary of each other like hitting a wolf with a stick, afraid of both ends. Fine, I'll give you a knife. If I don't see Mr. Zhang's body tomorrow, you better cut off your head and bring it to me yourself. After speaking, Boss Ye took out a dagger from his sleeve. This dagger was slightly longer than ordinary ones, and the black scabbard was slightly peeled off. But when Tain Lin pulled out part of the dagger, he saw the blade gleam with a chill, appearing incredibly sharp. This is the reward I received from Lord Shang, always treasured by my side. If you, lad, manage to handle Mr. Zhang, this knife is yours to keep. Tain Lin didn't believe Boss Ye was willing to give the dagger to him, but he believed that once Boss Ye died, he wouldn't need to return the knife. Last night, Zhang Leida and Tain Lin went to bathe together. Upon returning, Zhang Leida said to Tain Lin, I have already settled the matters today, and we will make a move tomorrow. You just watch. Back in his room, Tain Lin continued to meditate. The holy essence grass he had ingested over the past 2 days had given him 4 years' worth of inner strength. According to Zhang Leida, a practitioner with 30 years of cultivation was considered a third-rate expert, and one with 40 years, a second-rate expert. Zhang Leida himself was a first-rate expert, thus possessing 50 years of cultivation. Tain Lin was still far from being a third-rate expert, but even 4 years of cultivation was already quite impressive. After all, Ye Leida, who dominated amongst the mine slaves, was not even considered a third-rate expert. Zhang Leida had mentioned that there were only a dozen third-rate experts in the mine. He had only seen 2 second-rate experts, and as for first-rate experts, he had not encountered any yet. At night, Tain Lin habitually consumed soul-burying flower and meditated. This time around, he was noticeably bolder. Firstly, Zhang Leida was going to act tomorrow night, and he couldn't afford to die before Zhang Leida dealt with Ye. Boosting his inner strength was necessary. Secondly, Tain Lin now possessed 5 years of inner strength. Taking a whole soul-burying flower at once seemed manageable. He meditated straight until midnight. The restless Zhang Leida, unable to wait any longer, quietly got up from the Kong bed. Tain Lin did not speak, he simply opened his eyes and watched Zhang Leida. In the dark night, Zhang Leida flashed a grin at Tain Lin, then turned and got off the bed. Tain Lin watched as Zhang Leida disappeared at the doorway, then he closed his eyes again and continued to circulate his energy. At that moment, Tain Lin understood, Zhang Leida saying he would act tomorrow night was a deception. The specific timing of Zhang Leida's action was kept secret even from Ye, and he had kept it from himself as well. Nonetheless, Tain Lin didn't mind it, it was only natural for Zhang Leida to not fully trust him. As long as Zhang could eliminate the threat posed by Ye, Tain Lin did not care about such trivial matters. After meditating for a while longer, he saw Zhang Leida tiptoeing back in through the doorway. Tain Lin couldn't figure out what method Zhang Leida had used. The usually noisy door made no sound when opening or closing. By the time Zhang Leida returned to bed, Tain Lin hadn't yet fully assimilated the medicine within him. By the time Tain Lin completely assimilated the holy essence grass, Zhang Leida was already emitting loud snores. Tain Lin frowned, he realized that this time, Zhang Leida seemed to have actually fallen asleep deeply. At that point, he was certain that Ye Leida must be dead, but he wasn't curious about how Zhang Leida had killed Ye. He was curious about what exactly Zhang Leida had been handling these past 2 days, and whether it was related to immortal technique. After considering quietly, he decided not to wake Zhang Leida. After positioning his numb thighs comfortably, Tain Lin also lay down to sleep. Next morning, noises of the breaking door erupted. A group of mine slaves stood up, intending to rush towards the porridge shed, but unexpectedly, a man in black at the door lashed them back with a whip. The fastest-running mine slaves cried out in pain while quickly ducking away. In an instant, the room was in complete chaos, a crowd jammed at the door, and some on the Kong beds watched the man in black who had entered. The man in black scanned the room, then, not seeing Zhang Leida and Tain Lin among the crowd, began to shove the people in front of him with his whip, shouting, "Where's the one surnamed Tian? Is Tian here?" Tain Lin on the Kong bed was stunned and turned to look at Zhang Leida. Zhang Leida grinned and said, I have a plan that needs your help. If you agree, nod. If you disagree, you can also betray me. Zhang Leida told Tain Lin, actually, Manager Su and the supervisors all know I killed Yat, but they won't capture me, they'll come to directly capture you. Why? Tain Lin frowned, though his emotions were not aroused. Zhang Leida continued, Manager Su has a first-rate expert named Leopard under his command, other than that, there are no first-rate experts in the mine. Manager Su wants to recruit me, he's reluctant to kill me. You're my brother, he won't truly kill you. He succinctly said, so, Manager Su wants to use you to force me into submission, I must appear compelled and prevent him from seeing that I actually came for him. Do you understand? You just need to endure these few days. Tain Lin understood. Right from the start, Zhang Leida had no intention to obtain immortal techniques as rewards from the merchant master. He had set his targets on Manager Su instead, as, although Manager Su was not an immortal master, he possessed immortal techniques. Compared to earning favor from the merchant master and then acquiring the immortal law, Zhang Leida preferred to directly scheme against Manager Su. The former seemed risk-free but was actually very faint of hope. The latter, on the other hand, simply required getting on Manager Su's good side. You came up with this plan after meeting me, didn't you? Tain Lin finished speaking, and the man in black had already approached. At this moment, there was no room for them to whisper any more. Supervisor Yu, the man surnamed Ye was killed by me, it has nothing to do with my brother. Zhang Leida stepped forward, shielding Tain Lin behind him, openly admitting his own act of murder. The man in black glanced at Zhang Leida but said, Brother Zhang, step aside, we have already investigated, it wasn't you who killed him. No, it was me. Last night, while everyone was asleep, I sneaked into Yi's barracks and strangled him with my own hands. No, it wasn't you. The man in black interrupted Zhang Leida's words, pointed his whip at Tain Lin behind him, and said, I was on duty last night, I saw with my own eyes that it was your brother who did it. The people in the cabin looked at Tain Lin uncertainly, their faces bearing expressions of disbelief and sudden realization. Tian, tell us, was it you who killed Yat, or your brother? After the man in black finished speaking, Tain Lin truthfully replied, it was my brother. The man in black then looked at Zhang Leida and said, it seems like your brother doesn't hold much affection for you. Zhang Leida bluntly said, if you want to arrest someone, arrest me. If you dare touch a single hair on my brother, don't blame me for being rude. The man in black's face darkened, and he said sternly, Zhang, do you really think you can do whatever you want in the mining camp just because you are a first-rate expert? Yelling this, he still didn't dare to move forward easily. Just then, laughter came from outside the house. Brother Zhang is agitated, after all, it's because he's overly worried about his brother, so it's understandable. The newcomer strode into the cabin, and the mine slaves respectfully greeted, Manager Su, good morning, and so on. But Manager Su was not kind to them as he hoarsely said, this matter has nothing to do with you, haven't you got meals to eat and work to do? At that time, both aisles at the center of the two large bunk beds were blocked by the man in black and Manager Su, no one dared to brush past them, and they all ran out of the cabin stepping on the bunk beds. Soon, the only people left in the cabin were Manager Su, Supervisor Yu, and the brothers Tain Lin and Zhang Leida. Manager Su then looked at Tain Lin and said, little brother Tian, your brother killed Yat, but I don't want to kill your brother, can you die in place of your brother? Tain Lin controlled his expression and said, Manager Su, if it was my brother who killed the man, you should kill him, there's no need to involve me. Tain Lin originally wanted to display an expression of sincere terror, but felt his performance would be poor and simply kept a blank expression. Manager Su laughed and looked at Zhang Leida, are you really brothers? It seems not only is there a big age difference between you, but the affection is also lacking. Zhang Leida's expression was rich with emotions, He first glared at Tain Lin angrily, then it shifted to sadness, and finally turned into a helpless sigh. I left home early to seek immortality and became Hua Walang, hoping to return home gloriously after joining the Immortal Gate. Unfortunately, I did not succeed as Hua Walang but gained some martial skills in the worldly society. When I returned home, I found out I had a brother whom I had never met, so naturally, our relationship wasn't good. At that time, he was alone in the village picking wild vegetables, and our parents had already passed away. This was actually a common tale, but Tain Lin was surprised to notice what seemed like a flash of sorrow in Manager Su's eyes. "Young Chong, I truly admire you. As long as you work for me, I can overlook Yi's death." Zhang Leida responded, "Does Manager Su want me to be like that leopard, to be your dog? But I, Zhang, stand tall and upright. I left home to seek immortality, not to be someone's dog." "Well spoken, seeking immortality, not servitude." Manager Su said, "It seems, your brother doesn't care about your life, and you don't care about your brother's life either. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless." He waved his hand. Supervisor Yu stepped forward to grab Tain Lin, and Zhang Leida hurriedly intervened to stop him. But as Zhang Leida stepped forward to strike Supervisor Yu's chest, Manager Su dealt a light blow on Zhang Leida's body. Zhang Leida flew out like a spring, crashing hard against the southern wall. Dust fell from the roof beams, swept away with a flick of Manager Su's sleeve. Manager Su stroked his graying beard and smiled, "True qi and inner strength are indeed different. Though I've not reached the first layer of qi cultivation, I'm not someone mere worldly folks can ignore." Meanwhile, Zhang Leida did not speak, only clutching his chest as he stood up using the wall for support. But after taking a palm strike, he staggered unsteadily and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Tain Lin watched in horror as Zhang Leida's chest appeared completely collapsed. "Go, what are you still looking at? It's your turn now." As Supervisor Yu spoke, he dragged Tain Lin by the collar outside. At this time, it was already bright outside, and work in the mine had also started in full swing. Tain Lin, grabbed by the collar, was dragged kicking into the cabin where the supervisors usually stayed. Although the supervisor's cabin also had 2 large bunk beds, only about a dozen people lived there. The cabin had a second floor, which Supervisor Yu and Tain Lin went up to. Several supervisors gambling inside laughed and said, "Little Yu, not taking the cook to vent today but brought a little boy instead." Supervisor Yu replied, "This is that Zhang guy's brother. His non-related brother is unwilling to serve Manager Su, so Manager Su sent me to take his brother to vent his anger." As they talked, Supervisor Yu led Tain Lin upstairs. In the large wooden room on the second floor, various torture instruments hung on the walls. Tain Lin frowned and glanced over the bone pickers, axes, and hooks, wondering why such things were prepared in a mere mining camp. Was this place a slaughterhouse? "How about this place? Nice, isn't it?" Supervisor Yu smiled and said, "This place was originally the young master's quarters. We usually aren't allowed up here. Today, Manager Su made an exception for you to come up and share in the blessings of the immortal master. Oh, help me close the door." Tain Lin turned around, bent down while closing the door. Indeed, as soon as the sound of wind reached his ears, he heard a bang. Wood shavings brushed his face as they fell. Supervisor Yu pulled the wolf fang club from the wooden door and sneered, "Quite clever, I didn't fool you, you dodged it." Having said that, Supervisor Yu swung the club again towards Tain Lin's shoulder. Tain Lin rolled on the ground, barely dodging it. The wolf fang club smashed a hole in the floor beside his right hand. The noise in the room was too loud. Manager Su's voice cursed from downstairs, "Can't you stop damaging the house? Do you think repairing this wooden house doesn't cost money? Do you know how hard it is to squeeze a couple of coins out of those poor wretches every day?" His scolding passed through the house down to the ears of the mine slaves, all of whom said resentfully, "Serves him right that even with the immortal technique, he can't reach the first level of qi cultivation. I've never seen someone pinch a coin into two halves before. The entire day, the ruckus in the upper floor's small room never ceased. At night when food was distributed, Tain Lin was dragged back to the wooden house where the mine slaves slept like a dead dog. At this time, Tain Lin's face was smeared with blood, lying on the ground with his mouth corners sticky with blood. His already tattered clothes were now dyed with blood, making him look like a slaughtered thin pig from afar. When the mine slaves entered, all wore somber faces and didn't dare to approach Tain Lin. In a worse condition than Tain Lin was Big Chong. Originally imposing Big Chong, now hung from a roof beam, a large piece of flesh ruthlessly torn from his chest. He squinted down from the beam and smiled, "You stinky kid, still alive?" There was no reply from Tain Lin in the room. Big Chong asked from the beam, "Stinky kid, are you dead or not?" Finally, a mine slave gathered courage and said, "He seems unable to speak, but he's not dead yet, he just moved his hand recently." Old Zhang's voice came from the beam, "Brother, please do me a favor, give him some water. He hasn't eaten all day, don't let him die." The mine slave, however, lacked the courage and said, "Brother Zhang, don't blame me for not rescuing, the person you offended is Manager Su. We can't oppose Manager Su with our meager strength." "That's okay, Sai, Manager Su is really after our lives." After saying this, Big Chong spoke no more, and Tain Lin on the ground couldn't utter a word either. Finally, in the middle of the night, a mine slave saw everyone was asleep, quietly walked over to Tain Lin. He stuffed a pill into Tain Lin's mouth, and Tain Lin gradually regained some strength. Tain Lin looked at the unfamiliar man in front and the man whispered, "Your brother helped me with something a few days ago and asked me to help you when it's critical. But I can only do so much. Besides this medicine your brother gave, I can just fetch you some water so you won't die of thirst." As he fed him water, Tain Lin summoned his strength, "You help me do something." Before Tain Lin could finish, the man whispered, "Impossible, if it weren't for my possession still being with your brother, I wouldn't want to get involved with you two brothers. Tomorrow, you must bring me a few soul-burying flowers." Tain Lin also interrupted the man's words. He strained his throat to say, "Help me with this favor, and the knife hidden beneath my store will be yours." Hearing there were benefits to be exchanged, the man hesitated. He clenched his teeth and said, "Fine, you want to eat the soul-burying flower and seek death? It's your own doing, don't blame me." After feeding Tain Lin water, he left and indeed brought back the soul-burying flower the next day. He thought Tain Lin wanted to commit suicide, so he didn't stay there long. After he left, Tain Lin put 1.5 of the soul-burying flowers into his mouth. Compared to the first night, Tain Lin looked even more miserable on the second night. Boss Zhang on the beam spoke weakly, "You stinking kid, can you hold on?" Still no response from Tain Lin. Boss Zhang said, "In this world, the easier things are obtained, the less they are trusted and cherished, don't you think?" Tain Lin still didn't respond, until the man fed him water and the soul-burying flower in the middle of the night. That night, Tain Lin practiced qi cultivation throughout the entire evening. Early the next morning, Supervisor Yu pushed the door open, and the mine slaves reflexively got down from their sleeping platforms. When they saw Supervisor Yu, they were no longer in a hurry to rush out for food. Because Supervisor Yu would, as usual, ask Boss Zhang on the beam if he was compliant. If Boss Zhang customarily responded with a no, Tain Lin would be taken away. Indeed, after Supervisor Yu and Boss Zhang finished their talk, Tain Lin was grabbed from the ground, and then taken upstairs to the small wooden house where the supervisors lived. The sounds of a beating erupted from the second floor, terrifying the listening mine slaves. Someone couldn't help but say, "Are these two brothers made of iron, so tough?" Even now, they still refused to yield. Then a mine slave sneered and said, "You don't know, the reason these two brothers entered the mine was to earn stakes and thereby obtain rewards from old Master Shang. Both brothers, one of them a top-notch expert, if it's about scrounging for food, where can't they go? Thus, they have far-reaching aspirations and absolutely refuse to be Manager Su's dogs. Indeed, being Manager Su's dog, how could they surpass Manager Su and obtain the immortal lore rewarded by Old Master Shang? However, if these two brothers keep going like this, they'll be ruined. Supervisor Yu is no easy lamp to burn. After these words, unsurprisingly, Manager Su's scolding echoed from the first floor. Supervisor Yu, can you keep it down a bit? Don't break my wall panels. If they break, are you going to compensate? Just after Manager Su finished speaking, the door and walls of the small house on the second floor suddenly cracked. Immediately following, a black figure was hurled from the wooden house, landing heavily in front of Manager Su. Manager Su was stunned, looking at Supervisor Yu, who was a mess on his face, somewhat incredulously squatting in front of him. He patted the face of Supervisor Yu, who was hee-heeing and spitting up blood, and said, "Are you going to die?" Supervisor Yu could not speak at this time, and Manager Su stood up and looked towards the small house, only to see the door and walls being smashed open again. Tain Lin, from a high position, smashed his wolf fang club down towards Supervisor Yu on the ground. With a bang, Supervisor Yu's head instantly burst open like watermelon juice, blood splattering everywhere. "Supervisor Yu, you're not clever enough. I didn't even trick you to close the door, how could you not dodge the wolf fang club? Ah well, it's good that you're dead, no need to waste money on medicines now." Manager Su didn't attempt to save Supervisor Yu as the wolf fang club fell, but instead jumped back, not wanting his clothes to be stained with blood. His clothes, bought from a shop in town 7 years ago, were very expensive. He had patched them up and was reluctant to replace them. "What are the people in the house doing standing around? Why haven't you thrown this guy's corpse into the back mountain and dragged that kid from upstairs down here?" Manager Su covered his nose, first scolding the supervisors, then he yelled at the stunned mine slaves. "What are you standing around for? Always slacking off. I think you don't need to eat lunch today. The money saved can be used for repairing the house." The mine slaves murmured complaints, but dared not to rebel. Someone even cried over a bowl of porridge. After a few supervisors dragged Tain Lin down, Manager Su gestured and said, "Bring him to Master Chong. Today, I must know whether he will listen to me. If he still disobeys, I will slaughter his younger brother." The supervisors, realizing Manager Su truly intended to kill, emotionlessly carried Tain Lin to where the mine slaves lived. Master Chong was still hanging from the roof beam, his neck wrapped with a noose and 2 tubes stuck in his chest. Blood continuously dripped from hollow bamboo tubes onto the ground beneath him, now stained with blood. 2 supervisors threw Tain Lin onto the ground, and Manager Su, stepping on Tain Lin's back, asked Master Chong on the beams. "Your brother killed my supervisor and ruined my young master's wooden house. I'm really furious, losing so much. Tell me, how will you compensate me?" Master Chong on the beam, surprised, lifted his head and looked down at Tain Lin. He truly hadn't expected Tain Lin to dare to attack Supervisor Yu, much less kill him. You know, although Supervisor Yu wasn't even third-rate, he also had over a decade of practice. Tain Lin? Was Tain Lin's age even as long as Supervisor Yu had been practicing? Not speaking? Good. Manager Su raised his hand, and 2 supervisors immediately drew their knives. Master Chong on the beam panicked and shouted, "I'm willing to be a dog for the manager." Manager Su laughed out loud, reached out and pulled one of the supervisors' half-drawn knives. He then flung the knife toward the roof beam, cutting through the rope on Master Zhang's neck. Master Chong hit the ground, his body skewed, but despite being covered in blood, he stood straight up. "Since you want to be my dog, kneel down." His face full of humiliation, Master Chong glanced at Tain Lin, seemingly reasoning that enduring this disgrace for his brother's sake wasn't so bad after all. Then he knelt down, lowering his proud head. Seeing this, Manager Su felt an inexplicable joy, laughing loudly. Good, quickly unbind little friend Chong. Let the brothers rest well today also, serve them 2 bowls of spoiled porridge, make sure it's hot. Manager Su left, but the atmosphere in the room didn't ease at all, rather it got more tense. One of the supervisors looked at Tain Lin and said, Mr. Tain, do you know why little you, not even third-rate, could be a supervisor? Tain Lin didn't speak, he still leaned on the big bed, breathing somewhat laboriously. The supervisor said, originally, just quietly submitting would have sufficed for you and your brother, and everyone here could become brothers in the future. But you had to kill Hat. The supervisor didn't finish his sentence and turned to leave. Shortly after, 2 bowls of porridge were brought over by a mine slave. The mine slave smiled obsequiously at Tain Lin and Master Chong, with whom Master Chong waved his hand. Go on with your work. If you don't collect enough later, you might not have food to eat. Originally, there wasn't even a meal to be had. The mine slave forced a smile as if he had received a grand pardon and left the room. It was only when the room was devoid of others that Zhang Laoda frowned and said to Tain Lin, what the supervisor said was right, we should just obediently submit, why did you resort to killing? Tain Lin picked up the porridge, persisting through his bodily pain to take a sip. After swallowing the porridge with great effort, he said, that man surnamed you hit too hard, how could I gamble my life on him possibly not accidentally killing me? Moreover, even if he truly didn't kill me, would I be left unmaimed after surviving? Zhang Laoda fell silent, his plan was actually a gamble. He was betting that Manager Su wouldn't kill him, certain to some extent, but not entirely. Because his understanding of Manager Su was entirely hearsay, although he observed Manager Su, they had only been together for a few days. If he was somewhat certain that Manager Su wouldn't kill him, he had no confidence at all regarding Tain Lin's life or death. But he felt that taking such a risk was worth it, he was nearly at his 50s this year. Well, things have proceeded to this stage without mishap. It's just that no matter what, I didn't expect you to be able to kill the one surnamed you, who certainly wasn't a weakling. Tain Lin didn't respond to this, instead, he asked Zhang Laoda. Now that you've finally become Manager Su's dog, what's your next step to have him hand over the immortal technique? Zhang Laoda smiled, said nothing, and just removed 2 bamboo tubes from his chest. Being Manager Su's dog has its benefits, from now on, we won't need to waste time in the mine. In the future, I'll help him make money, and you can be a supervisor, and it's fine to sleep all day long in the room. Tain Lin saw that he was reluctant to say more, so he didn't ask further. According to his guess, Zhang Laoda's methods are of 2 kinds. 1. Earn Manager Su's trust through loyalty, hoping that Manager Su himself would offer him the immortal law. But this method, in Tain Lin's view, was too difficult to implement. Someone as stingy as Manager Su, would he impart the immortal technique to someone else? Moreover, that immortal technique originally belonged to the merchant family. The other method was to kill Manager Su. But, Zhang Laoda couldn't even handle a face-off with Manager Su, could he kill him? Tain Lin thought of the soul-burying flower in the mountains behind, known to everyone for being colorless, tasteless yet extremely poisonous. Since Manager Su was not a cultivator, he probably couldn't withstand the poison of the soul-burying flower, could he? At this stage, Zhang Laoda had already become Manager Su's dog, and Tain Lin was considered one of the mine's own. But even so, Tain Lin only took a short nap in the room after eating the porridge, and at night, he still consumed holy essence grass and meditated. He was able to kill you today entirely because he had been severely beaten for 2 days, making you completely let his guard down. Also, it was because he had eaten holy essence grass that he had the strength to strike you fatally unawares. Tain Lin's final decision to kill you was because he didn't want to leave behind any future trouble. Because he knew he was still no match for you. Tain Lin didn't want to repeat these past 2 days' experience, so once he confirmed his temporary safety, he began to practice cultivation even more diligently. Is there anything better in the world than being able to not work and use that time for personal cultivation? And this was exactly what he had been dreaming of since entering the mine. The next morning, the door of the wooden house was knocked on. Every other mine slave rolled out of bed and ran outside. However, Tain Lin and Big Chong didn't move. After everyone had left, the supervisor looked at Big Chong and said, "Manager Su has something for you, he wants you to come now." Big Chong picked up the clothes from the Kong, limping off the bed. After Big Chong left the room, the supervisor threw a bundle of clothes at Tain Lin's chest with an icy tone. "These are your clothes. From now on, you are one of the supervisors too and can move to our wooden hut. Besides taking turns to supervise every 3 days, you can rest on regular days if there's nothing else." Having said that, he no longer paid any attention to Tain Lin and left, slamming the door behind him. Tain Lin waited until he was gone before taking out the black clothes from the bundle. The black clothes were the same as those of the other supervisors, just a slightly larger style. Tain Lin set them aside without hurry to change into them. His body still smelled badly, and his wounds would start bleeding with a little movement. The supervisor had only given Tain Lin one set of clothes, and knowing Manager Su's stinginess, it seemed unlikely that he had been given another set for changing. Tain Lin didn't want to soil the clothes, moreover, he needed 2 more days to heal his wounds, so he wasn't in a rush to wear them. "Supervisor Tain, I have brought you a bowl of porridge." The door opened, and the person who had brought the soul-burying flower to Tain Lin entered. Tain Lin took the porridge offered to him and expressed his thanks. Seeing Tain Lin say no more, the man turned to leave. But halfway out, he turned back, knelt down with a plop in front of Tain Lin, and raised Mr. Yi's knife high. "Supervisor Tain, this knife isn't suitable for me. I think it's more appropriate to leave it in Supervisor Tian's hands." Tain Lin put down his bowl and said, "That knife was a gift for helping me with the soul-burying flower. Since I gave it to you, there's no possibility of taking it back. If I gave it to you only to ask for it back, what does that make me?" The man's face lit up with happiness, and he got up and bowed deeply to Tain Lin, saying, "Thank you for the reward, Supervisor Tain. I have work to do outside, so I won't disturb your rest." Once he left, Tain Lin put the bowl aside on the Kong. He didn't touch the porridge at all. He felt very insecure, suspecting that the porridge might have been poisoned. After all, with Mr. Yu having been at the mine for so many years, how could he not have a few friends? Additionally, gaining his position by overstepping boundaries, how could he not arouse the dislike of the senior supervisors? Looking at the supervisor who delivered his clothes today and his attitude towards him, Tain Lin didn't need to think to know his situation wasn't great. Thus, until his injuries were fully healed in the next 2 days, he wouldn't be staying in the supervisor's quarters. During the day, Tain Lin made several bowls of rice to eat and began meditating with the soul-burying flowers. Not needing to work in the mines, he consumed 4 soul-burying flowers and cultivated from before dawn until dusk. The wooden hut was pushed open from the outside, and in came Big Chong, who had completely changed his appearance and dress. Not only had he shaved clean, but he also donned a purple coat. The purple coat looked particularly conspicuous, out of place with the entire mining camp. Big Chong twirled around proudly, then patted the purple official boots on his feet and asked, "How about this? Don't I look like the county lord in these clothes?" Tain Lin, seeing his good mood, asked him, "What did Manager Su have you do to be willing to buy you these clothes?" Big Chong pulled out a dagger and used the blade as a mirror to fix his hair. He replied, "Only 2 people in the entire mine wear clothes like these, one is Leopard, and the other is now me." Tain Lin had also heard of Brother Leopard's reputation, though he had never met the man. According to Big Chong, this Brother Leopard is also a top-notch expert. He has a brother whom Manager Su named Bench. Tain Lin frowned. Leopard is understandable, but why Bench? Big Chong laughed heartily and explained, Manager Su has 4 major subordinates: Leopard, Bench, Tongsha, and 6. As you may have figured out, Manager Su loves gambling. Tain Lin didn't respond, listening to Big Zhang say. These 4 generals don't usually stay in the mine, they are responsible for carrying out assassinations for Manager Su. Killing for money outside is much easier than working for Manager Su in the mines. Tain Lin opened his mouth but said nothing. It seemed from Big Zhang's implication that he was now expected to become an assassin for Manager Su. Sure enough, Big Zhang tucked the dagger back into his pocket, walked up to Tain Lin, patted his shoulder and said, "I'm leaving in 2 days. You'll be here alone in the mine, you need to be cautious. Those supervisors are no trivial matter, and Manager Su doesn't care much about their lives and deaths. After all, replacements for supervisors can always be found among the mine slaves. Since Manager Su doesn't care about them, he won't care about you either." Tain Lin remained silent as he watched Big Zhang go over to the Kong and pick up the bowl, immediately saying, "That bowl was brought over by the mine slave who did your errands. I have no idea if it's poisoned. That must be poison-free. That guy doesn't have the guts to poison you." Though he said so, Big Zhang himself didn't eat the porridge either. When the mine slaves returned, that bowl of porridge was given to another mine slave next to them. The mine slave drank it gratefully without showing signs of poisoning. That evening, Big Zhang dragged Tain Lin to the stream for a bath. Several mine slaves massaged and beat Big Zhang's back, while he applied medicine to Tain Lin. When the supervisor came to chase the miners back to the hut, the 2 were still resting by the creek. Big Zhang lay on his back on a rock, looking up at the moon, saying, "Ever since I was a child, my father told me that after becoming an immortal, a cultivator could fly to the heavens, where many immortals represent different constellations. There's Guanggan Palace on the moon, where a beautiful Chong lives, and that beautiful Chong raises a cute little rabbit. Tell me, do we have a chance to go to the heavens to see for ourselves?" Tain Lin replied, "What if you go up there only to find that the moon is just a sphere with neither Guanggan Palace nor inhabitants?" Big Zhang laughed heartily and replied, "How is that possible? The moon is so beautiful, how could there be no Guanggan Palace? I'm determined to become an immortal, to go to Guanggan Palace and meet the celestial Chang'e." He got up, dusting off his butt and walked towards the barracks. Tain Lin also felt somewhat lost, looking at the full moon above and feeling it was no different from the one in his previous life. But in this world, where immortals exist, how could the moon be the same as the one from his past world? Tain Lin also stood up and patted his butt, saying to the ahead Big Zhang, "Someday, if I get the chance, I too want to see the moon above, whether there really is a Chang'e, and whether it's just as we imagine." The next day, in the bright of day, Tain Lin was still meditating in the wooden hut when Zhang Dalin came in with a knife. He threw the knife towards Tain Lin and then said, "There are 10 supervisors in the mine, each with a knife. This one belonged to Supervisor Yu. He's dead now, so the knife is yours." Tain Lin caught the knife and joyously caressed the sheath. Although the sheath had scratches, it gave Tain Lin a great sense of security. He drew the knife with a clanging sound and couldn't help saying, "If I were to face Supervisor Yu now, I wouldn't be afraid of him anymore." Hearing Tain Lin's words, Zhang Dalin burst into laughter. "You think having a knife can make up for the gap? Then you're underestimating Mr. Yu. After all, he was someone with over a decade of inner strength." Tain Lin didn't speak, sheathed the knife, and didn't tell Zhang Dalin that he now also had decades of cultivated power. "And this dagger too." Zhang Dalin took out a dagger from behind his waist and threw it to Tain Lin. Tain Lin caught the dagger and, touching the lacquered sheath, frowned and asked, "Did you kill the guy who gave me water?" Zhang Dalin replied, "That guy may not know much, but he was a potential risk all the same." After saying that, he brushed off his clothes and added, "I will be leaving the day after tomorrow, and who knows how many days it will be before I can return. While I am not here, it's better for you to stay in this hut. Be patient with everything until I am back." Tain Lin said, if you want to gain Manager Su's deep trust, I'm afraid Leopard Brother is an obstacle you can't get around. Indeed, Leopard Brother had been Manager Su's subordinate for many years. It made no sense for Manager Su to trust Zhang Dalin more. Leopard Brother may not necessarily have Manager Su's trust, either. I guess if Manager Su wants to win me over, aside from having me make money for him, he probably intends to counterbalance Leopard Brother as well. After Zhang Dalin finished speaking, he waved at Tain Lin and left the hut. At night, when the mine slaves finished their shift, Tain Lin indeed did not see the mine slave who had once brought him the soul-bearing flower. In the hut, a few people had died these past days, and the remaining mine slaves were discussing. They say they brought in a few new guys today, who should be coming over by midnight. Sure enough, as the sky darkened, the door of the wooden hut was opened from the outside. A supervisor pushed a few newcomers into the hut and scolded them, "Take a rest here tonight, and after breakfast tomorrow, you'll go work in the mine." After the supervisor finished speaking, he also said to Tain Lin and Zhang Dalin, "These new guys are entrusted to the two of you to watch over." As soon as the supervisor left, the new guys all looked towards Tain Lin and Zhang Dalin. At this moment, Tain Lin and Zhang Dalin were the most noticeable in the hut, firstly, because nobody dared to sit near them. Secondly, one was wearing a supervisor's clothes, and the other's purple clothes were even more eye-catching. "Is it you two?" A voice rang out, and a beggar stepped forward from among the newcomers. The beggar, with disheveled hair and a filthy face, pointed at Tain Lin and Zhang Dalin, "So, you two haven't died yet?" Tain Lin was startled, first glanced at the beggar, then at the sturdy man beside him. At this moment, he finally recognized them. Weren't they Lu and his brother? "Hey, these new guys are lucky, to actually know Brother Zhang and Brother Tian. They are brothers." Xiao Lu laughed out loud, knowing exactly how Zhang Dalin had kicked out the old man and Tain Lin from the team. "What, you didn't know?" Although Brother Tian and Brother Zhang have different surnames, they are actually brothers from the same mother. A mine slave by the side mentioned with certainty, causing Xiao Lu to be somewhat confused. He was about to speak when Zhang Dalin opened his mouth and said, "Enough, everyone go to sleep." Then pointing to the newcomers, he said, "You guys, go wash up by the creek first. With such a stench, how can anyone sleep here?" Xiao Lu, with a cold face, said, "Why should we listen to you? The score of you injuring my brother, we haven't settled it yet." As he said this, Tain Lin had already drawn his knife. By this point, Tain Lin no longer minded killing people. But Xiao Lu was not afraid of Tain Lin, because he knew Tain Lin had no martial skills, and Xiao Lu himself was a man from the worldly society. Had he and his brother not had their own skills, how could they dare to oppose someone like Zhang Dalin, a first-class expert? "Enough, brothers, we have all come along the same path, put away the knife." Zhang Dalin first let Tain Lin sheath the knife, then put his arms around the shoulders of Lu and Xiao Lu, saying, "Let's go, let's go. Past grudges, how can they be made clear in a moment? If you really want to settle old scores, then let's have a bath first. Don't tell me you're afraid I'll run away." Xiao Lu hesitated, but his brother Lu said, "Let's go, I want to see what you have to say." On that side, Zhang Dalin took the two brothers out, and Tain Lin said to the mine slaves in the hut, "Everyone, go to sleep. I'll take the new guys to wash." He tapped the clueless newcomers in front of him with the knife sheath and led them out of the hut as well. With Zhang Dalin and Tain Lin leading the way, none of the newcomers faced any obstacles. A group of people arrived at the streamside, where Tain Lin used his knife to drive the other three newcomers into the water, while he himself, with his knife, went to the other side beside Zhang Dalin. At this moment, Zhang Dalin was confronting the Lu and Xiao Lu brothers, both of whom were glaring menacingly at him. As for Tain Lin, who had come over, neither of them took much notice. "Both of you, when our conflict arose, it was nothing more than your defiance against authority and my need to establish my dominance. Now that I think about it, what do those old grievances amount to? Xiao Lu sneered, the one who got hurt wasn't you, so of course you wouldn't care anymore. Zhang Dalin said, but if we were to start over and fight now, you two brothers are still no match for me. Xiao Lu fell silent this time, but his elder brother De Lu said sullenly, whether we can beat you or not, we would still fight. It's merely death at most. Aren't we, as members of the worldly society, living as Huawalang without a guaranteed tomorrow? Zhang Dalin applauded and said, well said. Life in the worldly society is fleeting, and Huawalang lives without a sure tomorrow. But since we're all members of the worldly society, all Huawalang, why should we fight to the death? Xiao Lu did not speak, and the atmosphere became quite tense. It was then that Tain Lin spoke up, you two didn't come to the mine to seek death, did you? If enmity can be dissolved with a smile, why not enjoy such a pleasure? Tain Lin's words held hidden meaning, but he was already approaching Xiao Lu. He remembered that De Lu was a second-rate expert, and his own knife would probably be ineffective against him. As for Xiao Lu, at best he was a third-rate expert. Tain Lin's decades of cultivation could catch him off guard. In any case, in Tain Lin's eyes, this pair of brothers couldn't be kept around. But his movements did not escape De Lu's gaze, who looked at Tain Lin and said, has Brother Tian forgotten how you and the old man were driven out of the team by Zhang? We may not share the same enemy, but does it mean we should abet tyranny? At that moment, Zhang Dalin pulled Tain Lin back and stood in front of him, his cold eyes on the brothers. Then tell me, what would it take for Zhang to appease you? Xiao Lu replied, you injured my brother's leg before, injure your own leg as well. What's so difficult about that? Zhang Dalin drew a dagger from his waist and stabbed his own right leg, piercing through the thigh. Blood instantly flowed down the blade, dripping into the rubble. How about it? Does this stab appease you brothers? Tain Lin frowned at this, and so did De Lu. Only Xiao Lu sneered, you're a first-rate master, such a wound is merely a minor ailment to you, put some medicine on it, and you'll be fine by tomorrow. Moreover, you stabbed yourself, we had nothing to do with it, so how could it count? Fine, if you're dissatisfied with this stab, then you do it. After saying that, Zhang Dalin pulled the dagger out of his leg and threw the bloodied blade towards Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu caught the dagger and looked towards Zhang Dalin's neck with a smiling face, preparing to step towards Zhang Dalin. Enough, Zhang acts with integrity, if we argue over details, we'll only become a laughingstock. De Lu pulled the reluctant Xiao Lu back and snatched the dagger from his hand to throw back to Zhang Dalin. Whatever you're planning, we brothers want no part of it. You also don't have to worry about us betraying you. They turned to leave, but Zhang Dalin said, hold on, the business that I'm about to handle involves you brothers as well. We all come from faraway places, all captured here, and we all seek cultivation as Huawalang. Tain Lin frowned at this moment, feeling that it was a grave error to undertake significant deeds without secrecy. But what could he do to stop Zhang Dalin now? Besides, he felt that Zhang Dalin must have his reasons for wanting to involve De Lu and Xiao Lu. As Zhang Dalin approached De Lu and Xiao Lu, Tain Lin did not follow but turned instead, knife in hand, to face the other three newcomers. Tain Lin did not want these newcomers to overhear something they shouldn't, and although killing to silence others was an act of last resort, he preferred not to harm the innocent. While Tain Lin watched the three newcomers, over there, Zhang Dalin had come to an agreement with De Lu and Xiao Lu. De Lu still wore a frown, but Xiao Lu had already changed his hostile demeanor and spoke to Tain Lin. Smart kid, I wondered why you teamed up with Zhang Dalin, turns out you have your own plans. Tain Lin remained silent, frowning, while Zhang Dalin, pulling him in, said, from now on, we four will be brothers sworn to justice. Those who wander the worldly society know that a single tree does not make a forest. If we will stand our ground in this mine and seek future glory, we can't be lone wolves. He extended his hand as he spoke, and Xiao Lu was the second to respond, placing his hand on top of Zhang Dalin's. Seeing this, Tain Lin also released his knife and placed his hand on top of Xiao Liu's. With 4 hands stacked together, Zhang Dalin said, I am the eldest, so there should be no problem with me being the eldest brother, right? Xiao Lu replied, Zhang being the eldest brother is fine, my brother as the second elder, and I as the third younger. As for Tian, he's the youngest and weakest in martial arts, so he'll have to be content with being the youngest brother. Tain Lin glanced at a grinning Xiao Lu, then at Zhang Dalin, and said, in the future, I shall rely on my elder brother's support. In his heart, he thought, sworn brothers? Since when do brothers go from swords drawn at dusk to sworn kinship by dawn? It's all chaos driven by the pursuit of immortal technique, who knows what it will lead to in the future. In the evening, the 4 of them returned to the cabin, and Xiao Liu's action of kicking the door loudly woke up the mine slaves inside. The mine slaves, who had been sound asleep, instinctively climbed out of bed, only to realize that it was still completely dark outside and that it was not yet time for meals and work since only Tain Lin and others had entered. This group of people, fearing Boss Zhang and Tain Lin, dared not speak out in anger and lay back down. Seeing that he had already woken everyone up, Boss Zhang simply clapped his hands to draw the attention of those in the cabin. Boss Zhang said, these 2 are the Lu brothers, De Lu and Xiao Lu, my sworn brothers. From now on, we'll all be working together in the mine, and I hope everyone can look after each other. A mine slave said, with Boss Zhang and Supervisor Tian here, there's hardly a need for us to look after anyone. In the future, please take care of us in return, considering we share the same cabin. Fair enough, everyone go back to sleep. After Boss Zhang finished speaking, he and Tain Lin started undressing at the side of their beds. The newcomers looked uncertainly at the fully occupied beds, unsure of what to do. De Lu and Xiao Lu fared better, as other mine slaves, respecting Supervisor Tian and Boss Zhang, made space for the 2 men. De Lu began to undress, while Xiao Lu, touching the greasy straw mat, couldn't help but curse softly. Then he slapped a mine slave next to him, who was about to fall asleep, and said, move over a bit, man. You don't even bathe, it's really freaking disgusting. The slapped man, swollen-faced and baffled, was on the verge of tears and dared not cry. De Lu pulled Xiao Lu aside and apologized to the mine slave saying, my brother has a bit of a temper, sorry about that. I apologize on his behalf. The mine slave wiped away tears, not daring to say anything else, turned over and pressed close to another mine slave far from the Lu brothers. Tain Lin saw this scene clearly, and he looked at Boss Zhang. Boss Zhang just smiled and shook his head, saying nothing, and the 2 went to sleep for the night without further conversation. Tain Lin had now rested in this cabin for 2 days, and his injuries were almost healed. With Boss Zhang leaving in the afternoon, he couldn't keep resting like this. When the supervisor came to wake everyone in the morning, Tain Lin also got up and went out to fetch porridge. Manager Su was very stingy, even the supervisor had only porridge and a few pickles to eat. Boss Zhang got 2 extra bowls of hot porridge, adding more pickles for the Lu brothers as well. The group squatted in another corner, listening to Boss Zhang say, I'm going out for business these few days, and the cleaner and more beautifully I handle things, the more Manager Su will trust me. He said to the Lu brothers, you 2 just arrived, bear with the hardships for a couple of days. When I return, I'll figure out a way to secure you both supervisor positions. Xiao Lu couldn't help expressing his dissatisfaction, why not plan for it now? Boss Zhang grinned and said, Manager Su is very miserly. Supervisors receive a monthly salary of 1 or 2 silvers. He's reluctant to give more, so there are only 10 positions for supervisors. You brothers want to be supervisors, you'd have to trade lives with someone like Tian did. Xiao Lu looked at Tain Lin in astonishment and said, you can kill someone? I thought the supervisors here were not so weak. Tain Lin said nothing, while Xiao Lu, eager to try, said, "These guys can't even beat Old Fourth, looks like they really aren't much. I'll go meet them now." Xiao Lu stood up as he spoke, but De Lu grabbed him. De Lu said sternly, "Boss Zhang is our elder brother, whatever it is, we should listen to him." At this moment, Boss Zhang also said, "It was an accident that Tian killed a supervisor without being punished. Now that you are a mind slave, it's best not to overstep your bounds. Otherwise, even if you kill a supervisor, Manager Su won't let you off." Hearing the name of Manager Su, Xiao Liu's eyes showed a hint of dread. He knew that Manager Su, a practitioner of the immortal technique, was not someone he, a fighter from the worldly society, could handle. If he upset the other, his life would be at risk. "What should we do? Who knows how long you'll be gone?" Elder Zhang said, "It shouldn't take too long. When I get back, I'll help you find a position." He finished the porridge in his bowl, patted De Lu on the shoulder, and stood up to return the bowl. At that moment, Tain Lin also finished his porridge and followed behind Elder Zhang. He quietly asked Elder Zhang, "De Lu is not a calm person, his brother might be okay, but I'm not entirely reassured about him." Elder Zhang said, "The two brothers, one is a second-rate master and the other is a third-rate. With these two brothers here, others won't dare to plot against you when I'm away. As the saying goes, a hero needs 3 helpers, we 2 alone can't stand our ground." This made some sense. His own isolation was the reason he had been sleeping among the mind slaves for the past few days. With Elder Zhang gone, if he got into a conflict here, who would help him? Then let's find a way to make them both supervisors. After Tain Lin spoke, Elder Zhang asked him, "Do you have a plan?" Tain Lin was about to speak when suddenly a commotion drew their attention. They saw a crowd of mind slaves gathering in a group, confronting the brothers, De Lu and Xiao Lu. Elder Zhang went over and found out that Xiao Lu, not satisfied with his portion of porridge, had started snatching from other mind slaves. Out of respect for Tian and Zhang, everyone tried to endure Xiao Liu's behavior. Seeing Xiao Lu grabbing the limited porridge they had, they couldn't hold back any longer, and a dispute broke out. "I think you're all too full and idle. Better if none of you eat today, just go and start working." Before Elder Zhang could speak, Manager Su stepped in. The mind slaves changed their expressions, even the arrogant Xiao Lu couldn't help but go pale. A slap resounded, and a palm print immediately appeared on Xiao Liu's face. Just as Manager Su was about to kick, De Lu and Elder Zhang stepped forward to shield him. Elder Zhang said, "Manager Su, please." Slap. Another slap resounded, this time it was Elder Zhang's face that swelled. Manager Su scolded Elder Zhang, "Is this how you serve as my dog? Not assisting your master but shielding outsiders." Elder Zhang chuckled and said, "It's not that I intentionally oppose Manager Su, but De Lu and Xiao Lu are my sworn brothers. They are ignorant, so I apologize to the manager on their behalf." Manager Su snorted coldly, "Fine, considering that you still want to help me, I'll let them off this time. Stop wasting time in the mine now, go handle your business and come back to report." Elder Zhang nodded, walked over to Xiao Lu, pulled him up from the ground covering his face, and dusted off his clothes. Xiao Lu dared not look at Manager Su or Elder Zhang. At that moment, Xiao Lu behaved obediently like an injured child. A few supervisors spectating chuckled mockingly, only restraining themselves due to Manager Su's presence. Manager Su shouted at the mind slaves again, "What are you idiots standing around for? Get back to work." The mind slaves, furious yet fearful to speak out, glared at the backs of the Lu brothers and turned to pick up their baskets to carry stones. Tain Lin noticed that although Manager Su kept a stern face, his mood seemed rather good. Perhaps, it was because this scuffle saved a meal's worth of porridge? "Hey, there's actually a bunch more I wanted to say." De Lu was carrying rocks on the other side, only Tain Lin had the time and opportunity to see off Boss Zhang. "It's fine, you can stop here. If you escort me any further, Manager Su might think we two brothers are planning to escape. Upon reaching the fence gate, Boss Chong said. Tain Lin looked at his swollen face which resembled a pig's head and couldn't help but say, I think bringing in little Lu is a disaster. It's only been 1 day, and he's already so exhausted that you got beaten. Boss Chong touched his face and said with a smile, this is also good, Manager Su will throw a fit, and little Lu will probably be quiet for a few days, not daring to make trouble anymore. Boss Chong asked the gatekeeping soldier to open the gate, then he briskly left the mine. Tain Lin watched Boss Chong leave, and only after a long while did he return to mine. He knew that if Boss Chong never returned, Manager Su would most likely take out his anger on him. His presence here served as a hostage that Boss Chong left with Manager Su, just like Brother Bao's brother, Bench. Boss Chong said he had seen about a dozen third-rate masters in the mining camp. But there were only 2 second-rate masters, one of whom was the brother of Baozai, Bench. Just like controlling Boss Chong, Manager Su's method to control Baozai was to use his brother Bench as a hostage. Therefore, although Bench was a second-rate master, he always stayed in the mine supervisor's cabin to practice. Apart from Bench, there was another supervisor in the mine who was also a second-rate master, ranked 4th among the 4 masters, 6 points. Tain Lin wasn't afraid of anyone else in the mine, but he was afraid 6 points might do something to him once Boss Chong left. Perhaps for this reason, Boss Chong pulled the Lu brothers into the group. If the Lu helped, 6 points would have to get past him if he wanted to kill Tain Lin. The pace of work at noon wasn't fast, everyone was listless. Slapped earlier, little Lu was now much more compliant, following the Lu and carrying a basket of rocks to the mine carts. Tain Lin did not help anyone, just held a whip in his hand, standing in the mining field. He did not hit anyone, but wherever his gaze fell, no one dared to slack. In fact, the mine did not need close supervision. Because to avoid starvation, the mine slaves had to work hard to earn enough tokens to eat. But today was different because of little Lu. Even if they earned more tokens, there wouldn't be any food, so naturally, some slacked off. The person supervising with Tain Lin was a man surnamed Fan, a large man in black attire. This fat man was not soft-handed, reviving several exhausted mine slaves with a few whips. He dissatisfiedly said to Tain Lin who was just watching, you are here to supervise, which means you should whip these lazy sods. You just stand there like a dead man, who's going to be afraid of you? Tain Lin glanced at Fan, then turned his head back to continue watching the mine slaves. Fan's face turned green with anger, he raised his whip twice, but ultimately did not bring it down on Tain Lin. He just cursed, wait until Brother Bao and Tongsha come back, I want to see if you two brothers will still be as arrogant. Who is Tongsha? During the rest at noon, De Lu asked Tain Lin. Tain Lin said, Baozai, Bench, Tongsha, and 6 points, are the 4 masters under Manager Su. Except for Baozai, the others are second-rate masters. De Lu then asked Tain Lin, when will Tongsha come back? I'll take him down for you. Tain Lin looked at De Lu's serious face, and just laughed with De Lu, I don't know when he will come back, but if Tongsha really does come back, then it will be 2 second-rate masters against you alone. Are you saying Baozai's brother, that guy named Bench, will help Tongsha fight me? Tain Lin shook his head, Bench has a so-so relationship with Tongsha, it's 6 points who is close to Tongsha. What rubbish names Bench, Tongsha, 6 points, who came up with these lousy names? Some gambler. Little Lu spat, discussing with Tain Lin. We might as well not be afraid anymore and eliminate 6 points before Tongsha returns. Once Tongsha comes back, is my brother still afraid of a second-rate master? His reasoning made sense, but he added after he finished speaking, however, my brother and I are both mine slaves, and acting against superiors might not be liked by Manager Su. Tain Lin laughed, Boss Chong was right. Manager Su's slap was indeed effective, at least little Lu knew to be cautious. Let's wait until Boss Chong comes back to discuss this. In the afternoon, little Lu and Lu still carried rocks, and Tain Lin perfunctorily completed his supervisory duties. That evening, the three went to the river to bathe, and after Tain Lin practiced a set of boxing, he went back to the hut to meditate. The wooden hut was filled with complaints, as after a busy day, people hadn't had even a sip of porridge, depending solely on the stream water to fill their stomachs. Little Lu and Lu were actually all right, one a second-rate master, and the other had snatched a few bowls of porridge in the morning so he wasn't too uncomfortably hungry. They looked towards the meditating Tain Lin, hearing Lu say, "Your boxing seems a bit rusty, haven't you practiced for long? I will teach you blade techniques in a few days, blade techniques are more suited for desperate struggles." Tain Lin didn't reply. That night he consumed 3 holy essence grass and now had 20 years of skill. The next day, Tain Lin was still supervising, and he sat cross-legged on a large boulder where the mine slaves passed by. He even skipped supervising altogether this time, simply meditating on the boulder. Fan, seeing Tain Lin's lax attitude, was extremely frustrated. In the afternoon, Tain Lin was still the same. Fan finally couldn't hold back and whipped Tain Lin, cursing. "Manager Su asked you to supervise, and here you are playing the Lord." Tain Lin opened his eyes, and as Fan whipped down again, this time Chong intercepted it. Chong grabbed the whip and glared fiercely at Fan. Knowing that Chong was a second-rate master, Fan felt a bit intimidated. But under the watchful eyes of the crowd, how could he show any weakness? "What? You, mine slave, dare to rebel against your superiors?" When Wang Fatso shouted, some supervisors who were playing dice inside the wooden hut came out with knives. Liu's gaze then turned to a middle-aged man among the supervisors, a man who had a beard but was bald with 6 scars encircling his head. Those 6 scars clearly denoted the man's identity, making both Lu and Tain Lin think to themselves that Manager Su had a rather interesting way of naming. Wasn't this monk, with those 6 dots on his head? What's going on? 6 dots approached with his people, his gaze sizing up Lu and Tain Lin. Tain Lin stood in front of Lu and said to 6 dots, "Wang Fatso whipped me for no reason at all." Yet 6 dots replied, "Wang Fatso whipped you, you should have hit back. Why call 2 mine slaves to interfere? Are you trying to incite a revolt among the mine slaves?" At this point, Xiao Lu spoke up, "That's quite an accusation, you're bullying my younger brother without reason. As his older brothers, should we just stand by and watch?" 6 dots laughed and asked Tain Lin, "What do you say?" Looking at 6 dots and the supervisors behind him, Tain Lin said to Lu and Xiao Lu, "Second brother, third brother, let's just drop it for now. Let's wait until big brother returns and talk it over then. Just let yourself be whipped for nothing." Xiao Lu was indignant, but Tain Lin said, "They have more people, we can't beat them. Besides, being mine slaves, it's not beneficial for us to oppose them." Lu released Wang Fatso's whip, and Wang Fatso gave a cold laugh, indicating to Tain Lin, "Waiting for Mr. Zhang to come back and avenge you? Hey!" The crowd dispersed, but Xiao Lu was still unsatisfied by the afternoon's end of work. He said to Tain Lin, "We don't even know when Big Brother will return, are we supposed to endure this humiliation indefinitely?" Lu said sternly, "Drink your porridge, don't make it hard for your younger brother." Tain Lin did not speak, and when Manager Su appeared from outside the mine, Tain Lin went to meet him. He could tell, Manager Su was in a good mood, probably having won quite a bit of money in town. Indeed, Manager Su had won money and even showed a smile to Tain Lin, asking, "Little Tian, why aren't you resting instead of coming out to greet me?" Tain Lin immediately complained, "Manager Su, when you were away today, Wang Fatso and the others bullied me." While speaking, Tain Lin lifted his shirt to show the whip marks on his back to Manager Su. What did Manager Su care? He waved his hand and said, "He hit you, you hit him back. What's with all the fuss?" All right, go back first, I'll have a word with him later. Manager Su hastily dismissed Tain Lin, and once Tain Lin returned to the hut, all eyes were on him. Xiao Lu asked Tain Lin, what did Manager Su say? Tain Lin honestly replied, Manager Su said if Wang Fatso hits me, I should just hit him back and not to bother him. Xiao Lu angrily said, what kind of response is that? Wang Fatso is a third-rate expert, how long have you been practicing martial arts? The other mine slaves looked sympathetically at Tain Lin, with one saying, Manager Tian, a moment of patience can calm a storm, it's best to avoid Wang Fatso these next few days. Tain Lin remained silent and began to meditate on his bed. The next day, it wasn't Tain Lin's turn to supervise, but he still ran up to the mine to meditate. Wang Fatso, annoyed, said, I don't want to trouble you now, but don't come here and get in my way. Irritate me, and even if I have to endure Manager Su's whip, I will beat you up first. Tain Lin didn't say a word, continuing to meditate. Luckily, the day passed without any conflicts between Tain Lin and Wang Fatso, but when Manager Su returned from gambling in town, somehow there was a new scratch mark on Tain Lin's chest. Seeing the scratch, Manager Su's good mood was ruined, and he sternly asked, what happened now? Tain Lin explained, I don't know, I was just bathing in the creek when someone pushed me from behind and almost cut my chest. Furious to the point of thundering, Manager Su took a whip and lashed Tain Lin twice, then ran to the supervisor's dormitory and lashed everyone there. The lot of you are rebelling. Manager Su cursed, is it easy for me to win some money when I go out? Every day I'm not at the mine, you start fighting. If you want to fight that much, why don't you fight me? The supervisors looked at each other and said, Manager Su, are you mistaken? We were peaceful today, no one fought anyone. Manager Su scoffed, better be true. He then turned and glared at Tain Lin, you useless trash, are you not going to scram? Getting beaten and then running to tattle, why don't you fight back? Tain Lin lowered his head and returned to the wooden hut, where everyone was watching him. When Dalu helped Tain Lin take off his clothes, the shocking whip marks on Tain Lin's body made everyone in the hut gasp in shock. Did Manager Su do this? This old man is too bullying, knowing full well you're the weaker one, the one who gets bullied, yet he only beats you and no one else. Dalu clenched his fist and rose to leave. Tain Lin grabbed Dalu and said, everyone in the supervisor's dormitory was whipped by Manager Su, he just didn't want to bother investigating. He only cares about gambling, I don't know how the Shang family trusts him to manage the mine. After Xiao Lu cursed Manager Su, he turned to Tain Lin with a mixture of frustration and disappointment, you can't beat them yourself, and you won't let me help you. What kind of situation is this, being so meek and ineffectual? The next morning, Tain Lin was at the mine practicing again. Wang Fatso, unable to restrain himself when seeing Tain Lin meditating like a statue on the rock, said, Tian, be honest, it wasn't me who provoked the trouble these past few days, right? What do you want by coming here and buzzing around me? Tain Lin opened his eyes, drew out his knife and said, let's settle this, do you dare? Wang Fatso laughed angrily, you think I don't dare? Let us stop when it reaches the point, if I lose, I'll avoid you from now on and not come looking for your trouble anymore. After Tain Lin spoke, Wang Fatso said, all right, then let me show you the skills of a third-rate expert. He dropped his whip and also took out the knife from his waist, though he didn't draw it from its sheath. Their actions caught the attention of everyone at the mine. Dalu and Xiao Lu quickly dropped their burdens and ran over. They knew Wang Fatso's strength and feared Tain Lin would be disadvantaged. Old 4, step back and let me handle this. Dalu darted forward, covering the distance to appear in front of Tain Lin in just a couple of swift steps. Tain Lin blocked Dalu with his knife and declared loudly, this is between Supervisor Wang and me, it has nothing to do with the mine slaves. Old 4, you're no match for him. It was then that Dalu had also walked over, but was quickly obstructed by a silhouette. 6 stood atop a stone, sneering down at Dalu. This is a matter between supervisors. When did it become your place to intervene, mind slave? Dalu clenched his fists, pondering how to seriously injure 6 standing before him. At this moment, Tain Lin said from the other side. Second brother, you needn't bother. If I die, just bury me on the back mountain. This Wang guy has been pushing people too far these past few days. I've asked Manager Su, and he said if you don't accept it, fight back. I have no choice but to follow Manager Su's advice. Why talk so much? Fatty Wang shined his knife sheath, saying, just come at me, I'll let you strike 3 times. No sooner had his words faded than Tain Lin leaped forward with his knife. Fatty Wang's face shifted, hurriedly blocking Tain Lin's slashing knife with his sheath. His sheath stopped Tain Lin's blade, and as the two passed each other at close quarters with their weapons, Fatty Wang clutched his belly where a dagger had struck, unable to help saying, weren't we just sparring? Worldly society spars to determine winners and also life and death. Who spares their mortal enemy? With a flash of his knife, Tain Lin sent Fatty Wang's head rolling to the ground. You dare, young man! 5 or 6 supervisors rushed over with their knives, each drawing their blades and pointing them at Tain Lin. It was then that Dalu burst into laughter, flipping Wang's knife into his hand from the ground with his foot. Dalu, standing back to back with Tain Lin holding the knife, loudly said to the supervisors, come on, let's have it out. Do you really think we brothers are afraid of you? The supervisors were about to move in, when 6, facing off with Dalu, spoke up, stop it all of you. Are we going to turn on each other while Manager Su is away? After 6 spoke, he turned to Tain Lin and said, well done, kid. I didn't expect your blade to be so swift. You must be a third-rate expert by now. Tain Lin remained silent, and 6 did not question any further. He glanced at the other supervisors and said, take Fatty Wang's body back. We will deal with it when Manager Su returns. The supervisors glared fiercely at Tain Lin and Dalu, then they took Fatty Wang's corpse and left. 6 turned again, eyeing the surrounding mine slaves and barked, what are you standing around for? Get back to work. Fearful of bringing trouble upon themselves, the mine slaves set to work with even more diligence than when Fatty Wang was alive. Everyone busily got on with the work, while Dalu approached Tain Lin and said, why did you suddenly make a move on Fatty Wang? Aren't you afraid of being held accountable by Manager Su for killing him? Tain Lin replied, I went to see Manager Su several times, and it was he who told me to fight back. Though I killed a man, I did not disobey his orders. At most, he will punish me with a few lashes. With a grin, Tain Lin added, a few lashes in exchange for a supervisor's position seems like a very good deal to me. Dalu realized, laughing, that means my brother and I can be supervisors. Tain Lin said, the vacant supervisor position will go to second brother first. Only when second brother becomes a supervisor will all of us truly be safe. Ever since old Chong had planned to leave, Tain Lin had considered the situation at the mine. When Boss Chong was around, he naturally didn't have to fear the group of people in the supervisor's dormitory. But once Boss Chong left, he would have to face the group in the supervisor's dormitory alone. At the same time, Tain Lin also contemplated, what if Boss Chong never came back? Therefore, it was imperative that Dalu became a supervisor. With a second-tier expert like Dalu in the supervisor's dormitory, he would be able to establish a footing there. He had to carve out a supervisor position from within the dormitory, and for this, he was willing to endure Manager Su's punishment. However, although Fatty Wang is dead, would Manager Su give us the supervisor position? Dalu frowned. Tain Lin said. Big Brother Zhang said that Manager Su supported him to counterbalance Brother Bao. If Manager Su really has such intentions, then he should naturally go with the flow and let you, second brother, take the position. Little Lu chimed in from the side, yet, who in the entire mining camp has better martial arts than you, big brother? If Manager Su doesn't choose you, who else would he choose? Hearing this, Lu nodded. The Lu brothers hardly focused on their work that afternoon, dragging their feet until nightfall. When Manager Su returned carrying wine and in high spirits, he cast his eyes on Tain Lin again. He couldn't help but grimace and said, "What, got beaten up by someone again?" Tain Lin said, "I killed Fatty Wang." Manager Su was stunned for a moment. "Fatty Wang killed you? No way, are you saying you killed Fatty Wang?" Manager Su could hardly believe it, circling around Tain Lin. His pincer-like hand pinched Tain Lin's arm brutally, causing Tain Lin to wince in pain. Tain Lin scowled and grunted coldly, and Manager Su withdrew his hand. "Good lad, when exactly did you become a third-rate expert?" Manager Su didn't seem to care at all about Fatty Wang's life or death. Tain Lin said, "With Fatty Wang dead, I want to push my second brother to become a supervisor." Manager Su laughed, "You kill someone out of the blue, and now you want me to help your second brother become a supervisor? Fatty Wang wanted to kill me, and everyone else in the supervisor's dormitory is Brother Bao's people, they all want to avenge Yu's clan." Tain Lin said, "I've been bullied by them these past 2 days, so I want my second brother to enter the dormitory to protect me." Manager Su frowned and didn't speak, then hesitated for a moment. "Go back first. I'll need to ask the others in the dormitory about this matter." Manager Su headed to the supervisor's dormitory alone and immediately saw a throng of people rushing up. Chronometer said, "Manager Su, that Tain Lin has killed 2 of our mining camp supervisors in a row, he's absolutely lawless and can't go unpunished." Manager Su, covering his nose, approached Fatty Wang's body, and cursed, "Damn it, the man's dead and you're still laying him out here. What are you planning, to smoke some cured meat for a meal?" The group exchanged glances, with one of the supervisors saying, "Our brother Wang died unjustly, we few brothers would like to ask Manager Su for justice." Manager Su said, "He's unjust? Why didn't he cry injustice when he was bullying others? Now that he's dead, you're crying injustice on his behalf." The supervisors were left speechless by Manager Su's words and all turned their gazes towards Chronometer. Chronometer thought for a moment and then stepped forward. "Manager Su, to win over Zhang's clan, you've been so generous to his brother. Now his brother has killed 2 of our brothers in a row, if Manager Su does not punish him, the brothers probably won't accept it." Manager Su became completely furious. "Afraid you won't accept it? If you don't accept it, then come kill me. Wanting to learn how to overthrow authority? All of you get lost." He added, "Since Wang is dead, I've decided to let that Lu become a supervisor. You want to fight, don't you? Then wait until Lu comes to the dormitory, fight it out with him, and spare me the trouble." Tain Lin had thought that the matter of Lu becoming a supervisor would not be settled until the next day, but he had hardly returned to the wooden hut when a supervisor kicked open the door. As Lu and Xiao Lu vigilantly watched the supervisor, he swept his gaze over Tain Lin and Lu and said coldly, "Manager Su is calling for you." Tain Lin and Lu exchanged a glance, and Xiao Lu, looking excited, said to both, "Did it really happen?" Lu remained silent and left the hut with Tain Lin. When the 2 arrived at the supervisor's quarters, they saw Manager Su sitting on a stool, drinking. "You like to fight, don't you? Fine, move over here tomorrow, and from then on, you can have a proper fight here." While speaking, Manager Su tossed clothing from the table to Lu, and then turned to Tain Lin, "I still stand by what I said. If someone hits you, hit them back. If you win, I won't punish you. If you lose, your brother can't blame me." After finishing his words, he left the room, leaving a group of people looking at each other in bewilderment. Lu Dian stepped out from the supervisor's end, chuckling, said to Tain Lin, "You little brat, what do you say now? We won't be pulling punches when we spar with you." Tain Lin did not reply, but it was Lu who, holding the clothes, stepped forward and said to Lu Dian, "We in the worldly society who act as Hua Walang, never thought of coming out alive. Who do you think you can scare with those threats?" Lu Dian clapped and said, "Good, good, good. Then shall we cross swords after Manager Su leaves tomorrow?" Tain Lin didn't say anything and took the lead, knife in hand, out of the room. De Lu quickly followed, and on the way back, he said, "Is this Manager Su using our lives to set Brother Da and Leopard against each other?" Tain Lin replied, "Regardless of what Manager Su is thinking, we have to move to the supervisor's quarters tomorrow. We need to take action first, call third brother over." The two returned to the hut and relayed everything to Xiao Lu. Xiao Liu's face lit up with excitement as he said to Tain Lin, "Give me your dagger, I'll use it to kill someone tomorrow." Tain Lin tossed the dagger to Xiao Lu and bluntly said to De Lu, "Actually, there are a few third-rate experts up at the mine, but they never had a chance to rise due to the lack of positions amongst the supervisors. Why not pull them into our group?" De Lu was stunned for a moment, but smiled at Tain Lin. Because tomorrow's battle was a matter of life and death to them, and it would also affect the future pattern of the mine, they didn't dare to take it lightly and couldn't sleep at all. The two went to two barracks near the stream to gather 3 mine slaves, who were clearly hesitant. Tain Lin then asked them, "Do you want to be mine slaves for the rest of your lives? Do you really think, by being mine slaves, you can win Merchant Lord's favor and be granted the immortal law?" It was only then that the 3 mine slaves made up their minds, saying, "Fine, as soon as Manager Su leaves tomorrow morning, we'll join you to settle the score with those supervisors." De Lu laughed heartily and said, "People of the Jianghe should be decisive. If you waver so much, why seek the immortal?" He and Tain Lin didn't stay longer but left the barracks. On their way back, De Lu suddenly turned his head and asked Tain Lin, "Do you hear anything?" Tain Lin was taken aback and looked towards the mine by the creek. The mine was dug in the early years and was rarely entered by anyone. But now, there seemed to be the sound of a bell coming from within. "Is it the sound of the stream?" As he spoke, Tain Lin moved closer to the stream with De Lu, only to hear the babbling water, as the sound of the bell had disappeared by then. "Maybe it was a mistake, let's go back." It was getting dark, and the deep mine was pitch black, with only the cold wind blowing out. Logically, who would want to stay there? The two then walked back together, but halfway there, the bell rang again. Tain Lin and De Lu looked at each other, this time certain that the sound of the bell was not an illusion. The ringing was intermittent, appearing and disappearing in the darkness of the mine. "Forget it, we have our own things to do tomorrow." After saying that, Tain Lin took the lead back to the barracks. As soon as the day broke, the mine slaves ran out of the barracks at the sound of a supervisor breaking a door and crowded towards the porridge distribution spot. 3 men lined up for porridge, nodding to Tain Lin and De Lu. A group crouched in various places, eating their porridge, their minds focused on Manager Su. Not only were they watching Manager Su, but several supervisors and Lu Dian were also waiting for Manager Su to leave. Finally, before a group had finished their hot porridge, Manager Su hurried off. Clack, clack. The 3 mine slaves whom Tain Lin had arranged the night before slammed their bowls down and stood behind De Lu. Clang, clang. At the same time, the supervisors drew their knives and stood behind Lu Dian. Sensing something amiss, the surrounding mine slaves moved away with their bowls, creating a clearing for the 2 groups. "Hat, bringing 3 shrimps with iron picks, you think you can usurp the throne?" Lu Dian's gaze lingered on the 3 mine slaves standing behind De Lu, who showed a hint of timidity in their eyes. After all, in addition to Lu Dian, there were 6 third-rate experts on the other side. On their side, even with Tain Lin included, there were only 5 third-rate experts. Iron picks don't necessarily mean shrimp, maybe you guys with knives are the rotten fish. Unwilling to be left behind in a war of words, Xiao Lu stood out with a dagger in his hand and arrogantly addressed the supervisors across from him. "Hey, do you guys even know how to use a sword?" Looking at the way you're holding those blades, must have been taught by the mistress, right? Today, this old man will spar with you and show you how it's really done. What's with all the nonsense? Let's fight. Dalu was the first to speak, swiftly removing the cape from his back and sweeping it toward Dalu's side like a broom. But his cape wasn't sweeping up leaves and dust, it sent several enormous boulders nearby flying. The boulders, weighing hundreds of pounds, were propelled towards Tain Lin and the others like cannonballs with a single sweep and roll of his cape. Fortunately, Dalu was also a second-rate expert. He stepped forward, striking the incoming boulder with the hilt of his sword, not only breaking it into dust but also drawing his blade in one motion, charging towards Dalu. The mine slaves in the distance watched the battle of high-level masters amid flying dust and rocks, both frightened and thrilled. In the world, while there are many high-level fighters in the mines, they are rarely seen outside. Even a third-rate master can easily handle dozens of villagers with swords. And now, there was a battle featuring a dozen third-rate masters and 2 second-rate masters. Ding-ling-ling. Just as the two groups clashed, a jingle of bells sounded. Dalu and Tain Lin were the first to react, their expressions changing as they hastily retreated. What's going on? Xiao Lu was eager to kill, but before his dagger could clash with his opponent's blades, he was dragged back by the neck by his brother out of the battle. Ding-ling-ling. The jingle belled again, and Dalu said to Tain Lin, "It's the bell from the mine last night." "What mine? What bell?" Xiao Lu had barely finished speaking when he saw a black shadow emerge from nowhere. The black shadow passed by, and the 3 mine slaves wielding iron picks and the black-clothed supervisor collapsed on the ground, screaming. "What kind of devilry is this?" Startled, Xiao Lu, along with Tain Lin and Dalu, kept retreating into the room to avoid the black shadow. Screams one after the other continued outside the supervisor's bedroom, and the 3 of them saw supervisor stumbling in, looking battered and beaten. "It's that dog." "Which dog?" Everyone put aside their hostility, and when Dalu asked, they heard supervisor answer. "It's the merchant young master's dog kept in the mine connected to the heavenly pit under the mountain. Manager Su had us throw corpses down the mountain to feed that dog. A single dog has such abilities? That's nearly the level of a top-grade master." Dalu could hardly believe it, but he then truly saw a large black dog chewing on the head of a supervisor outside the room. Outside, all 6 supervisors and 3 mine slaves lay dead on the ground. They weren't killed by weapons, but by claws and teeth. Some were still trembling and gasping on the ground, the unlucky ones had their throats directly bitten through. Ding-ling-ling. The big black dog snapped the necks of the supervisors one by one, and at last turned its gaze toward the 4 people inside the room. Bench, who usually stayed out of conflicts, coughed while covering his mouth for a while. When his coughing finally stopped, he said, "Looks like the merchant young master has returned. No wonder, Manager Su ran off in such a hurry today." Supervisor's face turned pale and said, "Even Manager Su didn't mention a word about the merchant young master's return in advance. Doesn't he know that as soon as the merchant young master returns, the dog would sniff its way from the depths of the heavenly pit?" Woof! The big black dog outside couldn't hold back any longer and pounced towards the house. Dalu's expression changed. Holding a sword, he shielded Tain Lin and Xiao Lu behind him. And just then, the voice of a young man sounded from outside, "Xiao He, come here." The big black dog had charged into the room, but at that moment, it suddenly turned and ran away. Relieved, Dalu wiped his sweat and exchanged a glance with supervisor. At this moment, the 2 of them no longer harbored hatred wishing the other's death, instead feeling fortunate to have survived a disaster. "Good grief, how can such a mess happen in the short time I step out?" Manager Su's voice bellowed from outside the room, "Liu's family, supervisor, bench, what are you doing inside? Come out and welcome the young master." Dalu and supervisor quickly left the room, followed closely by Tain Lin and Xiao Lu. Now outside the house, with the ground covered with corpses, Tain Lin couldn't imagine how these bodies used to be spirited living people, stalwarts of the worldly society. And now, one of those masters was being disarmed by a young man, amusing the big black dog. It hasn't been that long since we last met, and Xiao He has lost weight. The young man in green squatted in front of the big black dog, cut off a human ear with a dagger, and held it up to the big black dog's mouth. The dog's tongue quickly rolled and swallowed the ear, then gingerly licked the young man's hand. "Young master, this servant has been wronged. I haven't shorted Xiao He's meat for a month. As soon as someone dies, they're immediately thrown down the mountain without delay." Manager Su pleaded fearfully to the young man, who replied with a smile. "It seems that the meat of ordinary people isn't tasty enough. Xiao He prefers the flesh of worldly society's second and top-grade masters." After speaking, the young man stood up and patted the head of the big black dog saying, "What do you think, Xiao He?" The big black dog couldn't speak, only whined affectionately from its throat, its tail wagging constantly. Tain Lin and the others noticed that when the young master caressed the dog's head, his gaze was actually fixed on them. They weren't sure if his words carried any implied meaning and quickly bowed their heads, clasping their fists in greeting. "Your humble servants have seen the young master." The voice of the man in green rose, "Don't be afraid, I don't have the habit of feeding little black with living people. I didn't come here to kill today, just to see how well you've been mining this past month." Manager Su then came over, obsequiously saying, "Young master, all the stones have been mined and are ready to be sent to Yao Yu sect at any time." The young master said, "There's no hurry to send the stones, I'm going to rest here for half a month." Leading the big black dog, the young master walked towards the mine, leaving the maidservants who accompanied him behind. A few steps out, he suddenly seemed to recall something and turned around to look at Tain Lin and the others, saying, "Right, on my return to the sect this time, I'm considering taking someone with me to help at Yao Yu sect. Although he can't become an outer disciple like me, he can still become a servant disciple. Though servant disciples can't cultivate immortal techniques, they have even more chances to be accepted into the immortal gate." As soon as these words were spoken, 6 Points immediately knelt down and loudly said, "Your humble servant 6 Points is willing to toil like a dog or horse for the young master." The young master laughed heartily and said, "The task of selecting someone to enter the sect will be left to little you. If you want to show your loyalty, go find her. I don't care who I bring into the sect, as long as I find them agreeable, that's good enough." Even as the young master's words drifted away and he left, Tain Lin and the others turned their gaze to the young lady in a blue long dress. The girl looked at Tain Lin and the others, and just as 6 Points was about to speak, the girl had already slapped 6 Points across the face. While 6 Points was shocked and furious, the girl coldly said to him, "The young master doesn't like those who play clever tricks. If you want to show your loyalty in the future, better curb your ambitions first." After receiving a slap, 6 Points could only swallow his anger and lower his head in front of this girl, who was younger and shorter than him. Manager Su then sycophantically asked the girl, "Miss, is there any chance for your father to enter Yao Yu sect as a servant disciple?" The girl treated Manager Su with the same indifference, coldly responding, "At your age, bringing you into the sect would just be trouble for the young master, wouldn't it?" Not waiting for Manager Su to plead, she cut him off, saying, "Call back the several supervisors who have been working for you outside, I will first test their abilities. If their qualifications and strength are good enough, then they can follow the young master into the sect for cultivation." After saying this, she flicked her sleeves and strode confidently into the supervisor's living quarters, heading up to the second floor. Though she had gone up to the second floor, her voice echoed as though she was still on the ground floor. "The young master's return to the mine today is a great joy for the merchant. Each mine slave present today gets an extra bowl of braised pork, consider it a grace from the young master. The money for the meat will come from me." Her voice wasn't shouted out loud but resonated in the ears of all the mine slaves. In an instant, the mine slaves at the site burst into cheering and jubilation. Manager Su, flushed with annoyance, scolded, "Just because you have meat to eat, does it mean you can stop working? Everyone, get back to work immediately. Anyone caught slacking will miss out on the meat." Although the mine slaves were scolded, they weren't upset at that moment. Thinking of the braised pork they would eat, they felt like they had endless energy and started to work vigorously and diligently. Tain Lin and Dalu were carrying the body of the supervisor up the rear mountain, but Lu looked ahead at Dalu and said, "Brother, the girl will be selecting people for the sect based on strength. I'm afraid I and the fourth brother won't stand a chance. You and the big brother, however, might have a chance to compete." He and Tain Lin were both third-rate experts. By convention, it was impossible for them to advance to second-rate or even first-rate experts in a short time. Furthermore, considering talent, Tain Lin was only 14 or 15 years old and was already among the third-rate experts. Even against Dalu and Zhang Leida, it would be difficult to claim they had more talent than Tain Lin. The opportunity to become a servant disciple is probably only contestable by the big brother and leopard brother. Though they aren't young, to cultivate their inner strength to the first-rate level means they truly possess exceptional talent. There were more than 10 bodies of the supervisors and the workers, and it took 5 people 2 trips to finally dispose of all the bodies down the rear mountain. The 6 o'clock crowd has become a lonely and desolate group, one that certainly wouldn't easily provoke Tain Lin and his friends now. Furthermore, the young master of the merchant family has returned, and Xiao Yu intends to select individuals from among them to join Yao Yu sect. Compared to joining Yao Yu sect, compared to currying favor with the young master of the merchant family, all past grudges are not worth mentioning. Watching Ban Deng and Lai Yudian descend the back mountain, Tain Lin gazed into the abyss of the heavenly pit below the cliff and said somberly, "Who would have thought, this mine is also the young master's dog kennel?" When the big black dog was mentioned, Dalu expressed lingering fear. "If that dog were let out, I'm afraid it might have the cultivation of a first-rate expert, right? And that girl called Xiao Yu, do you guys think she's in the Grandmaster realm, or like her father, someone who relies on immortal techniques to achieve a strong physique? It should be immortal techniques." Envy flashed in Dalu's eyes as he said, "Inner chi, true chi, a world of difference lies in a single word. I don't desire immortality, I just want to see what the true chi cultivated by immortals is really like." Tain Lin had been silent the whole way, only picking a few more soul-burying flowers on the way back. According to this Xiao Yu, she will choose from among everyone those who have talent and strength to enter Yao Yu sect. Although young, I'm only a third-rate expert and probably insignificant in Xiao Yu's eyes. But what if I were a second-rate or even a first-rate expert? Among all the supervisors in the mine, who is younger than me? When that time comes, who would dare to claim a higher talent than mine? Half a month, that's more than enough time. Tain Lin thought to himself, hiding the soul-burying flowers in his pocket, and returned to the mines with Dalu and Xiao Lu. At this time, the mine had finished its shift. Beside the 2 large pots usually filled with hot porridge, now there was also a large wooden barrel. A mine slave, drawn by the scent of meat, came with a bowl to the wooden barrel only to be fended off by the chubby cook with her ladle. The chubby cook scolded, "What are you getting so close for, letting your drool fall into the bathing barrel, will others still want to eat?" The mine slave laughed instead of getting angry, excitedly saying, "I smelled your scent in this barrel, Auntie, that's why I drooled. Tell us honestly, Auntie, is this your own bathing barrel?" A group of mine slaves laughed, but Tain Lin frowned as he approached the barrel. Defective chi blood pill, used by cultivators in the early stages to temper the body, these elixirs have become defective due to mistakes in their concoction, offering a minuscule benefit for body strengthening but are still edible. Tain Lin stared at the braised meat in the barrel, lost in thought, while the fawning auntie beside him offered, "Supervisor Tain, would you like to try a bowl first?" This was the privilege of a supervisor, others could not object. Tain Lin turned to look at the mine slaves behind him, noticing everyone looking at him pitifully and swallowing their saliva, but no one dared to speak out. Tain Lin smiled and said, "Just save a bowl for me later, I'm afraid there might not be enough for everyone else." The mine slaves breathed a sigh of relief, all uttering insincerely, "Supervisor Tain, eat if you want, a bit of braised meat, what's it worth? You can't eat that much anyway." Their words were ridiculously insincere, even if braised meat was nothing special for rich families. For these mine slaves constantly struggling with thin porridge, it was a rare delicacy, almost unavailable even during New Year's. Tain Lin smiled and shook his head as he returned to his cabin, where Dalu watched Tain Lin with a smile. "You really crave meat, I'll share some with you later, but it wouldn't be good to compete with the mine slaves now. Firstly, those mine slaves have suffered too long, no need to rob them of a bite of meat and breed hatred. Secondly, that meat was bought by Miss Xiao Yu for everyone, taking advantage of her generosity might not settle well with her." Tain Lin nodded and responded, "Second brother, rest assured, I know what's important. Imagine, someone like Xiao Lu who would fight over thin porridge, wouldn't scramble for braised meat today. Is it because he has become self-respecting since becoming a supervisor? Or is it because there's a living bodhisattva staying on the second floor, making him afraid to act recklessly?" The death of the third-rate expert supervisor left the already spacious dormitory feeling even more roomy. Tain Lin shared a bed with little brother Dalu, while the bench and 6 dots occupied the large bed opposite them. Both sides kept to themselves, each earnestly meditating with their eyes closed. It wasn't long before the knocking of Fat Auntie was heard at the door. Fat Auntie came in carrying a tray with 5 large bowls stacked on top, each filled with braised pork. She smiled as she set the meat down on the table next to the large bed, then said, "Supervisors, please try this and see if it suits your taste. I'm going to get the porridge, I'll be right back." In truth, whether it suited their taste was of little concern. In Tain Lin's memories of this life, he had seldom eaten meat back in his hometown. And after leaving home, he had never even had his fill of food. The men each took a bowl of braised pork, picked up a piece with their chopsticks, and stuffed it into their mouths. They ate greedily, oil dripping from their mouths, while Tain Lin furrowed his brows as he ate. What should have been a soft, sweet, and tenderly delicious meat dish felt in his mouth like ground-up pieces of bitter herb. After one bite, a bitter taste instantly filled his taste buds. "Supervisor Tain, does my cooking not agree with you?" asked Fat Auntie somewhat anxiously as she set the porridge on the table. When the others looked at Tain Lin, they noted that his expression was indeed a bit off. At that moment, little Lu forked a piece of meat from Tain Lin's bowl, saying, "Big brother, you can't eat refined food like a wild boar, so if you're unaccustomed, give it to your brother." He didn't manage to fork away Tain Lin's meat, as his hand was slapped back by Dalu's chopsticks. Dalu glared at him and said, "He's your brother, is this how you play tricks on your little brother as the elder one?" As he spoke, he forked 2 pieces of meat from his bowl into little Liu's, then forked another 2 pieces into Tain Lin's bowl. At that point, Tain Lin said to Fat Auntie, "The meat is delicious, it's just that I feel terribly distressed thinking that this might be the only meat meal this year." Everyone in the room laughed heartily, even 6 dots, who bore grudges against them, couldn't help but smirk. Fat Auntie laughed too and said, "As long as you like it, indeed, it's rare for us at the mines to enjoy such meaty dishes." Fat Auntie didn't linger, as she still had to go outside to serve porridge to the mine slaves. "Big brother, do you actually like or dislike the meat?" Dalu, seeing Tain Lin's frowned brow, couldn't help but ask. Tain Lin returned the 2 pieces of meat in his bowl to Dalu, saying, "Perhaps it's because I haven't had meat for so long that I'm a bit unaccustomed to it all of a sudden." Hearing this, Dalu also said, "Yeah, when I took my brother out to the worldly society, it was all right in the early years. But ever since becoming Hua Walang, we've really been roughing it, hardly ever getting to eat meat." Tain Lin wasn't listening to his ramble. He noticed that his braised pork, though bitter and medicinal, gave a feeling of blood and energy boiling within once ingested. After swallowing a bowl of meat, his body felt feverishly hot. This qi blood pill was indeed an elixir for tempering the body, but not for cultivating inner strength. After Tain Lin completed a set of boxing exercises by the creek, he sweated out completely, feeling much more comfortable in his body. Good. Dalu, who had followed along concerned for Tain Lin's well-being, clapped and praised, "Fourth brother, your punches and kicks now look more substantial than before." Tain Lin smiled too, wiping the sweat from his face with a towel as he said, "My punching and kicking will still be no match for big brother and second brother even after decades of practice." He wasn't completely offering flattery, as the martial talents of Dalu and Chief Chong were indeed exceptional. If Tain Lin did not have the holy essence grass, how could he possibly become a third-rate expert in less than half a month? If it weren't for the qi blood pill, his recent boxing would still be nothing more than flower fists and embroidery kicks, relying solely on the force of inner strength. It's just a pity, as the braised pork was deemed defective qi blood pills, the remaining medicinal effectiveness was negligible. Unless Tain Lin could eat braised pork at every meal, his body would never be able to train effectively, and his martial skills would never improve. Martial skills are honed over time. You don't need to be disheartened, fourth brother. As long as you diligently practice, by the time you reach your big brother's and second brother's ages, you could also win people over with your martial skills. After waiting for Tain Lin to wash in the creek, he and Tain Lin returned to the cabin together. The people in the cabin were all meditating, none wanting to waste this chance to enter the immortal gate. Even though they themselves felt it difficult to compete with Chief Chong and Brother Leopard, who would willingly concede when an opportunity arose. Tain Lin and Dalu exchanged glances, then both went to bed, not bothering to blow out the oil lamp in the cabin. As Dalu sat cross-legged in meditation, Tain Lin also took out the soul-burying flower to consume. Overnight, Tain Lin, who had become a third-rate expert, no longer found it as difficult as before to digest the power of the holy essence grass. In just one night, he had digested 5 stalks of holy essence grass, gaining 5 more years of inner strength. Due to yesterday's battle, the number of supervisors had drastically decreased. Originally second-rate experts, both Six and Dalu were forced to go out and supervise, not to mention Tain Lin and Xiaolu. During lunch, after having porridge, Tain Lin rested for a while before beginning his cultivation with the soul-burying flower in the afternoon. The room, once filled with people fighting for their lives, was now a place where everyone got along without issue, all becoming diligent martial artists. Each practiced on their own, without interfering with others. After 2 days, Tain Lin had become a second-rate expert and was about to quietly become a first-rate expert. Zhang Laoda had returned to the minefield just before Tongsha, who had clearly stated he couldn't return. "Manager Su, I have taken care of the matter you entrusted to me, and I've also brought you the head of that Hu from West Village." When Zhang Laoda dismounted, Manager Su was basking in the sun on the open ground of the mine. Manager Su was not very interested. He caught the blood-colored package that Zhang Laoda threw to him, rolled it to his feet to stop it, and asked, You know about the young master's desire to bring someone into Yao Yu sect, right? I didn't see the letter you left for me at the inn until I returned there today, and I learned about it from that letter. So what do you think, is it better to enter Yao Yu sect or to stay here with me?" Zhang Laoda was taken aback, handed his horse over to a mine slave, and looked at Manager Su while he exclaimed with a laugh, "Manager Su, what an interesting thing to say. We, as Hua Walang, if given the chance to enter the immortal gate, even to perform miscellaneous tasks, how could we not go?" Manager Su's face immediately turned sour, no longer paying attention to Zhang Laoda. Zhang Laoda then strode toward the supervisor's quarters. He had seen Tain Lin and the others at the door since he dismounted. "Big brother." Dalu was the most excited, but Xiaolu was the most enthusiastic. Only Tain Lin stood behind the Lu brothers silently watching Zhang Laoda without saying a word. Zhang Laoda laughed, opened his arms to embrace the Lu brothers, and even rubbed Tain Lin's head as he passed by him. "How is it? Anything happened here after I left?" After entering the room and releasing the Lu brothers, he paced around and then said with a light exclamation, "It's strange that you get to wear supervisor outfits. What's even stranger is that the other supervisors are gone." De Lu went to pour tea for Zhang Laoda and recounted everything that had happened in the past few days, including the incident where the merchant's son's dog killed a supervisor. Zhang Laoda looked at Tain Lin in astonishment and said, "I was planning to arrange for second and third to move into the supervisor's quarters after I got back. I didn't expect that you managed to sort it out quietly. Good lad, so does this mean you're now a third-rate expert?" Tain Lin didn't pick up on this but instead asked him, "What do you think about entering Yao Yu sect, big brother? With only one spot available to enter Yao Yu sect, how should the four brothers compete? Truth be told, I am the strongest among our four brothers in terms of power, but the fourth brother has the highest talent." While Zhang Laoda spoke, both the Lu brothers looked toward Tain Lin. Tain Lin noticed that among the Lu brothers, only Big Liu's smile was the most genuine, while Xiao Liu's smile appeared particularly forced. At that moment, Zhang Laoda glanced around and beckoned the three of them closer, whispering, "Among the four of us, I am absolutely barred from entering Yao Yu sect." Big Liu frowned. "Big brother, after many years out, weren't you seeking immortality? Now that there's an opportunity to enter the immortal gate, why give up like this?" Xiao Lu then asked. "From what Big Brother says, are you planning to help the youngest into the sect? But he's merely a third-rate expert and his combat experience is not as rich as mine. I'm afraid it'll be very difficult for him to catch Miss Xiao Yu's eye." He was not belittling Tain Lin, the fact was that Tain Lin's combat experience was indeed very poor. Both times Tain Lin managed to kill, wasn't it by taking advantage of his opponent's carelessness, hiding his own power? However, what Xiao Lu didn't know was that Tain Lin was still hiding his strength. In just 1 or 2 more days, he would be able to step into the ranks of a first-rate expert. Indeed, talent is important, but when the merchant's son brings someone into the sect, does he really want to cultivate just an outer disciple? So, strength is the priority rather than talent. Zhang Laoda said, "If I enter the sect, then the plan to seek immortal techniques from Manager Su would be ruined, so I still need to stay in the mine and pursue immortal techniques for the brothers. The youngest has the most talent but the weakest strength, so we need to put our efforts into helping the Lu brothers." Hearing about helping Lu brothers to enter Yao Yu sect, Xiao Liu's face lit up with joy. Just as he was about to say some words of gratitude, Zhang Laoda's gaze turned to De Lu. "Therefore, this opportunity to enter the sect will be left to you, second brother." Big Liu was incredulous upon hearing this, then quickly waved his hand saying, "Although I am stronger than fourth brother, how could I possibly surpass Big Brother? Moreover, in terms of strength and talent, the Leopard brothers are not weaker than me. Other than Big Brother, who else can compete with them?" Zhang Laoda replied, "If we just clean up those few, then won't the spot at Yao Yu sect be yours alone?" The merchant's son said he could bring in anyone to Yao Yu sect, as long as Miss Xiao Yu agrees. How could Miss Xiao Yu allow us to kill each other when we are all supervisors under the merchant family? Big Liu still shook his head, then Tain Lin spoke, "Perhaps we could ask Manager Su for a solution. Manager Su is Miss Xiao Yu's father, after all. Besides, Manager Su wouldn't want Brother Bao and Big Brother, these two money trees, to leave him, right? Manager Su doesn't want me and the leopard to leave him, and I don't want to leave Manager Su either." On the hill behind, at this time, there was only Zhang Laoda and Tain Lin. He suddenly turned his head to Tain Lin and asked, "Compared to staying and seeking immortal techniques, do you prefer to enter Yao Yu sect even more?" Tain Lin nodded frankly and said, "Seeking immortal techniques from Manager Su might be neither successful nor safe. Once in Yao Yu sect, although servant disciples can't cultivate immortal techniques, but having entered the immortal gate, there's always a chance for cultivation." Zhang Laoda laughed, looking at the evening sun, and said meaningfully, "Yes, once you've entered the immortal gate, there's always a chance for cultivation, but how great is that chance?" His smile was somewhat twisted as he told Tain Lin. "I'll tell you, being a servant disciple in the immortal gate, the odds of becoming an outer disciple through cultivation are no higher than the pie falling from the sky. I've roamed the north and south for so many years, seen too many Hua Lang, heard too many stories. The saying at the entrance of Yao Yu sect, 'Immortals and mortals eternally separated, neither human nor ghost shall enter,' already predetermines that the chance for servant disciples to become outer disciples is extremely slim. Are you willing to do miscellaneous tasks within Yao Yu sect for a lifetime? How is that different from being a mine slave at a merchant's mining site?" Tain Lin was persuaded by Zhang Leida and finally relented. "All right, I won't rush into that immortal gate. I'll first get those immortal techniques from Manager Su's hands before anything else." Zhang Leida patted Tain Lin's shoulder and, with his arm around Tain Lin, they walked down the path of the rear mountain. He said, "I'll go and persuade Manager Su to make a suggestion to Miss Xiao Yu, since they want to choose those with both strength and talent to join the sect. What better way to show one's ability than a life and death battle?" "Do you have confidence to win over the leopard?" asked Tain Lin. Zhang Leida said, "Manager Su uses you to control me, and a stool to control the leopard. As long as Manager Su doesn't want the leopard to win, he can't win." After descending the mountain, Zhang Leida went to discuss matters with Manager Su, while Tain Lin took the soul-burying flower back to the supervisor's quarters. He found that the deeper he cultivated, the more efficient he absorbed the medicinal properties of holy essence grass. But the deeper he cultivated, the less effective the holy essence grass became for him. He could still rely on a sufficient number of holy essence grass to improve his realm and become a top-tier martial artist in just 2 short days. But according to his estimates, once he became a top-tier martial artist, the effect of holy essence grass would be minimal. Hoping to use holy essence grass to achieve grandmaster status as a martial artist had become extremely difficult. At night, the supervisor's dormitory was disturbed by several light sounds. Finally, Supervisor Lu could not bear it any longer and said, "Lu, if you're not going to practice properly, just go out and supervise those mine slaves. Stop disturbing us." At this point, De Lu was not afraid of Supervisor Lu at all. He smacked an empty bowl onto the table and said, "None of your business how I do things. If you find it noisy, then you go out and cultivate." When had Supervisor Lu ever been schooled by a third-rate low hand in such a tone? He stood up in anger, and reached out to grab De Lu. At this moment, both Tain Lin, who had been meditating, and De Lu got up from their beds. De Lu grabbed Supervisor Liu's hand that was reaching for De Liu's neck, and Tain Lin's blade was drawn towards Supervisor Liu's throat. "Stop!" The voice of Zhang Leida came from the doorstep, followed closely by a stranger who entered with him. The man was half a head taller than Zhang Leida, and his eyes swept over Tain Lin and the others with an intimidating presence. At that moment, Zhang Leida said with a laugh to the leopard, "Brother Bao, pardon us, my brothers are a bit hot-tempered and always like to get physical." Brother Bao didn't speak, only turned his gaze toward the bench on the large sleeping platform. With a vigorous stride, he approached the bench, his stern expression melting away like ice and snow. He pulled out a wax paper-wrapped package from his embrace and handed it over the bench with a smile, saying, "Little buddy, guess what delicious treat I've brought you." The people in the room looked at each other. Zhang Laodai, while pulling both De Lu and Tain Lin behind him, separated Xiao Lu and Lu Dian. "It's Brother Bao who cares about his own brother, unlike me. Even if I passed a few shops, I didn't think to bring back some chicken for my younger brothers." Zhang Laodai said jocularly, but no smile could be seen on the bench's face. If Tain Lin's and Zhang Laodai's brotherly identities were faked, and the so-called resentment of the younger brother toward his older brother was staged, then the bench's resentment towards Brother Bao was genuinely as real as it could get. "I don't want your things, take them away," the bench said while slapping the roast chicken from Brother Bao's hand onto the ground. As the chicken slid out of the wax paper and rolled several times in the dirt, the sound of several people swallowing saliva arose in the room. But no one went to pick up the chicken on the ground, not even Brother Bao himself. He simply said, "I left home very early to seek immortality and become a Huawalang, thinking I could enter the immortal gate and return home gloriously. Unfortunately, I never succeeded as Huawalang, but instead, I practiced martial arts in the worldly society. It was only upon returning home that I discovered I had a younger brother. We two brothers have never met, so our relationship isn't good. Back then, you were alone in the village picking wild vegetables to eat, and our parents had long passed away. It's my fault that you suffered so much." Brother Bao's words stirred something in Tain Lin's heart, finding the lines all too familiar. He turned his gaze toward Zhang Laode, only to see Zhang Laode giving him a smile. Tain Lin turned his head and frowned. Zhang Laode had obviously copied Brother Bao's script, and it was quite something that Manager Su believed his words. "Don't worry, with no parents, your brother, will help you. Now there's an opportunity to enter the immortal gate, and I will risk everything to help you become a servant disciple of Yao Yu sect." As Brother Bao was speaking, he finally turned his gaze toward the several people in the room. Under Brother Bao's gaze, Lu Dian's face stiffened, and he lowered his head in shame and anger. Brother Bao then looked towards Zhang Laode, who said with a smile, "Don't worry, I won't compete with your brother." Brother Bao didn't respond, his tiger-like eyes turning to Tain Lin, who said, "I am the weakest here, surely you don't think I could pose a threat to your brother, do you?" Brother Bao then looked towards the Lu brothers. De Lu frowned without speaking, while Xiao Lu was even more infuriated, glaring back. Just as Brother Bao was about to touch his knife and Zhang Laode reached out to pull the Lu brothers, the bench suddenly stood up and said to Brother Bao, "I don't want you to earn this opportunity for me. Since it's such a rare chance, you might as well enter Yao Yu sect yourself. Didn't you become a Huawalang to enter the immortal gate in the first place? Now you have the opportunity to enter, isn't it what you've always wanted?" Brother Bao quickly sheathed his knife, gently patting the bench's back to make his coughing less severe. "Big brother has long lost the desire for seeking immortality. No matter what, this chance at the immortal gate must go to you. I don't care for the things you give." The two brothers were quarreling, making the others in the room somewhat embarrassed. At that moment, the sound of footsteps descending the stairs was heard. Soon, Manager Su's voice reprimanded, "What's all this noise about? People can't get any peace in the middle of the night." Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, seeing the maidservant named Xiao Yu standing at the top of the stairs saying to everyone, "Tomorrow's martial competition will decide who will accompany the young master into Yao Yu sect." Upon hearing this, Xiao Lu was the first to object, "If things go like this, what about me? Doesn't it mean I have absolutely no chance to enter Yao Yu sect?" Xiao Yu didn't bother with Xiao Lu. She uttered only one sentence before turning and heading back upstairs. The leopard's brother had been sick since he was young and accumulated a lot of illnesses, so he was always coughing. Zhang Laode held a bowl of porridge and squatted with Tain Lin and two others, telling De Lu, "But even though he's always coughing and sick, don't underestimate him. I'm not going to lie, if it were just a friendly spar, I could probably tie with leopard. But if it came down to a fight for life, I'm likely to die at his hands. The same goes for you." De Lu was skeptical but did not refute Zhang Laode's judgment. He just said, "If I were to spar with him, wouldn't that mean I'm sure to lose? Leopard is dead set on getting his brother into the Yao Yu sect, which means he's intent on all of us losing to his brother. Not to mention, even if my brother could win for sure, would he dare hurt Leopard's brother?" Little Lu, squatting on the side with a dark face, cursed, "Damn it, this leopard is too bullying, taking advantage of his position. That means none of us will get into the Yao Yu sect." Hearing this, Zhang Laode laughed, patted little Liu's shoulder, and said, "Don't be so down. Didn't you hear Bench say he didn't want to get into the Yao Yu sect? Maybe when your brother spars with him later, he might just give up his chance willingly. Little Lu shook his head in disbelief. How is that possible? How many brothers have turned against each other just for a chance to enter the immortal gate? I don't believe there's anyone in this world who would just hand over such an opportunity, even if that person is his own brother. Zhang Leida didn't say anything else and stood up, stuffing the bowl of porridge into Tain Lin's hands. Tain Lin looked at Zhang Leida, who then said, I still have to fight Leopard later, eating too much makes me uncomfortable in a fight. Tain Lin followed him toward the supervisor's bedroom, saying, if I were Leopard, I wouldn't trust that you would give up the chance to enter the Yao Yu sect. To prevent your betrayal, it would be better to kill you. Zhang Leida was stunned for a moment, then laughed looking at Tain Lin, saying, that's exactly what I thought Leopard would think. Entering the supervisor's bedroom, they saw Leopard talking to his brother Bench. The two brothers were emotional, and Leopard was so angry that his eyes were red. Soon it was afternoon, and the girl named Xiao Yu strolled down. After she left the supervisor's bedroom, it wasn't long before Manager Su came in and said, all right, you can come out to compete now, who will go first? Leopard spoke first, let Zhang and I have a go first. Manager Su said, sure, no one else could beat you two anyway. Six had a gloomy look, he knew he stood no chance. Regardless of who won between Zhang Leida and Leopard, it would not be his turn. At that time, all the mine slaves had finished their shift, and although they were driven to the barracks, they all rushed to stick their heads out the door, eager to watch the showdown between two top fighters outside. Tain Lin and a few other supervisors did the same, no one wanted to miss the fight between the two experts. At this moment, Leopard, who had stepped outside, looked at Zhang Leida and said, shall we have our showdown on the ore rocks? Zhang Leida gazed into the quarry strewn with strange rocks and nodded with a compliant smile, sure. Leopard leapt into the air and within a few bounds, he appeared in the quarry, standing on a sharp stone, waiting for Zhang Leida's approach. Zhang Leida drew his knife from his waist, the blade dragging sparks across the stones as it cut through the air, quickly appearing before Leopard. As Zhang Leida's knife swung towards Leopard, Leopard retreated unhurriedly by a step. With a flick of Leopard's toe, a pebble instantly flew towards Zhang Leida's face. Zhang Leida lightly deflected the pebble with his blade, sending it flying away, only to collide with Leopard's ghost head blade. Big Brother seems to be at a disadvantage now. Sand and stones flew in the fight, while the spectators outside were dazzled. Just as little Lu finished speaking, De Lu said, that's not right, something's off with Leopard. Indeed, Leopard, who initially held the upper hand, began to grow agitated. He was not only distracted from dealing with Zhang Leida but also continuously revealed weaknesses, which Zhang Leida exploited, relentlessly hitting him repeatedly. Tain Lin seemed to realize something and turned his gaze towards Bench. But at that moment, where was Bench's figure? Where are Six and Bench? Tain Lin asked the younger Lu beside him, who also looked around puzzledly and said, just now, both of them were here. Where could they have gone? The Zhang surname, you're tricking us. I will cut you and Lu Dian, as well as your few brothers into pieces. In the field, Leopard burst into a furious rage and finally launched a counterattack at Big Brother Zhang. Big Brother Zhang initially smiled, attempting to speak, but his expression quickly turned serious. While parrying Leopard's ghost head blade with his own, he kept retreating. However, after 2 or 3 slashes from Leopard, his knife broke off a section. Leopard, don't you want your younger brother to live? After Big Brother Zhang shouted, Leopard, seemingly in a daze, held his ghost head blade midair. Die! Taking advantage of Leopard's momentary distraction, Big Brother Zhang stabbed his broken blade into Leopard's stomach and then followed up with a shoulder charge. Leopard staggered backward, then coming back to his senses, he said to Big Brother Zhang, I'll capture you first, then exchange you for my brother. Ignoring the broken knife in his abdomen, he lunged at Big Brother Chong once more. At that moment, Dalu outside the field threw his knife, shouting, "Brother, catch the blade!" Big Brother Chong leaped, but mid-air, he was pulled down by Leopard grabbing onto his belt. "Where's my younger brother?" Leopard put his knife to Big Brother Zhang's neck, looking down at him, gasping for breath. Big Brother Chong gave a crooked smile, remaining silent. At that time, Tain Lin shouted from outside the arena, "Your younger brother is here with me." Leopard turned his head toward Tain Lin, but where was Bench's figure beside him? As a first-class expert, he shouldn't have been disturbed by a few words. However, this first-class expert always had a soft spot, his younger brother. When it came to the safety of his younger brother, he could no longer afford to think calmly, not only diminishing his abilities but also repeatedly exposing his weaknesses to his opponent. Seizing the moment Leopard turned his head, Big Brother Chong grabbed the back of the blade and removed the ghost head blade from his neck, quickly bringing it to Leopard's throat. Blood spurted from Leopard's throat as he turned to glare at Big Brother Chong with his tiger eyes, unable to speak. "Ha!" With a thunderous shout, Leopard suddenly grabbed Big Brother Zhang's waist and slammed him heavily onto the ground. The rocks on the ground were crushed into dust by Big Brother Zhang's body, but Big Brother Chong himself spewed a gush of blood spring. "Little brother, little brother!" Leopard turned and howled, walking towards the back mountain direction. In reality, his throat was damaged, making his shouts unintelligible. But everyone present could guess that he was calling for his younger brother. Just then, cries of Bench resonated from the back mountain, "Big brother, I'm all right." Yet, Leopard kept shouting, "Little brother, come to Big brother's side, I will protect you." As he spoke, his pace quickened, and he stretched out his arms as if he could embrace the Bench standing tens of meters away. But after just 2 leaps, he finally fell to the ground with a thud, one hand still reaching toward the distant Bench. By the time Bench ran over, Leopard had already breathed his last. Bench held Leopard's corpse, coughing while turning to Sixth Point behind him and said, "Didn't you say you were going to tell me about a vulnerability of my brother?" Bald-headed and with the demeanor of a great monk, Sixth Point laughed and said, "Yes, your brother's vulnerability was you. My brother's weakness is me." Bench's crack coughing up, not sure if the blood on his chest is his own or from his brother's neck, staining his body. Then, staggering to his feet, he reached for the knife at his waist and yelled at 6 Points, "I'm going to kill you." 6 Points smiled and said, "I won't accept your challenge. Fight that Lu first, then we'll talk." 6 Points gestured toward the Lu not far away, but Xiao Lu said, "Nice try, just waiting to reap the rewards after my brother chews through the hard bone." "Actually, I've already discussed this with your elder brother," 6 Points said, "if you don't believe me, ask Chong." Big Chong wiped his mouth and staggered to his feet. It wasn't until Tain Lin supported him that Big Chong chuckled to Dalu, "That was a promise I made, but my word isn't a decree from God, it still requires Miss Xiao Yu and Manager Su's consent." The crowd turned to look at the door of Supervisor's quarters where Little Yu and Manager Su stood. These two hadn't said a word from the start of the fight, as if the calculations and conflicts had nothing to do with them. It was then that Manager Su spoke up, "This fight, let it be between 6 Points and the Bench." 6 Points' face changed, accusing Big Chong, "You're a betrayer and backstabber." "What's betrayal and backstabbing?" Tain Lin finished, while helping Big Chong walk back to the supervisor's quarters. Outside there was soon the sound of 6 Points' roars and pleas for mercy, but Tain Lin merely tended to Big Zhang's wounds inside the room. The brothers' skills, indeed, are strong. Especially that of Big Bao. "I actually thought you could fight to a draw with him." Big Chong sprawled on the bed, unabashedly declaring, "Worldly society isn't just about fighting and killing, there's also plotting and scheming. If something can be done with machinations, there's no point in risking your own life." Without waiting for Tain Lin to ask, he continued, "I made a deal with 6 Points yesterday. He helps me scheme against Big Bao, I take care of bench for him. And by not competing with him for the servant-disciple spot, his chances to enter Yao Yu sect are still very high. Just as Big Zhang's words fell, 6 points whales outside came to an abrupt stop. Tain Lin exchanged a look with Big Zhang, set down the small porcelain bottle, and walked out of the quarters. In the minefield, it was now Lu facing against Bench. Bench, coughing up blood, advanced towards Lu with a knife in hand. Lu said, "You're no match for me now, if you admit defeat now, I can spare you." Bench laughed, "I have no kin left in this world, it would be more merciful for you to kill me." Lu wasted no words, as Bench charged, his hand lifted and the knife swept down, severing a head that rolled to the side. Little Lu haha laughed twice outside, his smile rather forced. Lu didn't laugh either, he just stared blankly at his knife, then at Bench's body lying in front of him. Tain Lin outside understood too, when facing Lu's knife, Bench had made no move to resist. Eager for death, Bench made Lu's victory so easy. "All right, today's winner is Lu Yuan." Manager Su yawned, stood up, and said to little Yu beside him, "Dear girl, take him back to Yao Yu sect in a few days." The maid called little Yu snorted, as expected, those seeking immortality surely stop at nothing to achieve their goals. "All right, that's it for today." Little Yu turned and went upstairs. Manager Su entered the supervisor's quarters, and reproached Big Zhang on the bed, "Didn't you say you'd pretend to fight with Big Bao? How did it end up with him dead?" Big Zhang didn't argue, just said, "Manager Su needn't worry, just assign Big Bao's assassination tasks to me from now on." Manager Su's expression cleared a bit, saying, "It's not that I am heartless, but thinking about the money lost every day with Big Bao's death, my heart aches as if it's being cut by a knife." He then said, "In that case, rest in the quarters tonight and set off tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Big Zhang looked towards Tain Lin, who said, "I've heard of someone called Tongsha who also works for Manager Su. I wonder if there's a suitable task for someone of third-rate martial realm like me to do." "You?" Manager Su reflexively waved his hand, "No, how could you two brothers leave the mine at the same time?" At that moment, Big Zhang said, "I still have 2 brothers who will stay here." Manager Su then looked towards Lu and Xiao Lu, his expression uncertain. Just as he was about to refuse, Xiao Lu suddenly asked Manager Su, "Manager Su, as a young man enters the immortal gate, can't he bring 2 servant disciples with him?" Manager Su raised a hand as if to slap Xiao Lu, but was blocked by Lu. Did Lu really have the ability to withstand Manager Su? Not really, it was just Manager Su recollecting that the other party might soon be a servant disciple, with a higher status than himself, so the slap never fell. But his face looked very ugly as he glared at Lu before him and said, "Even I have no chance to enter the gate, and you think Yao Yu sect is easy to get into?" After the outburst, Manager Su said, "Tian, you can go out and earn money, Xiao Lu will stay here at the mine. If you dare to run away, don't blame me for being ruthless." Once Manager Su had left, Big Zhang said to Tain Lin, "You're not of much use coming with me anyway." Tain Lin smiled and said, "Now the mine's just got a few third-rate masters, and the only second-rate master is headed for Yao Yu sect. Manager Su is desperate. The kind of person who would rather let the porridge spoil before sharing. Without silver, the mine slaves will suffer." What the hell did that mean? Fortunately, no one in the room cared about this. Lu hesitated a moment before saying to Big Zhang, "Otherwise, let the spot to enter Yao Yu sect be for Xiao Lu and 4th brother." Xiao Lu, head down, didn't speak. Tain Lin grinned and said, "I appreciate the sentiment, elder brother, but since opportunities are scarce, it should be kept for you. As for me, I'm still young, I've got decades more to seek immortality." Lu then looked at Big Zhang and said, "If not, let Xiao Lu go in? I'll stay behind to help you." Big Zhang laughed heartily, "I don't need help with this mess. Like 4th brother said, opportunities are rare, you're no spring chicken, and you can't miss this chance at the Immortal Gate. The Immortal Gate, isn't that what all Huahualang would leave home for, seeking entry? Even if one entered Yao Yu sect, it was only as a servant disciple. But such an opportunity, countless Huahualang could not achieve until their deaths. Entering the Immortal Gate is not just about the chance to cultivate, for Huahualang, it was also a demon in their hearts. To learn the Dao in the morning and die in the evening was enough. Now that the four brothers have made up their decision, they all busied themselves silently with their respective tasks. It was only until early the next day, when Tain Lin and Zhang Leida were packing their bags, that Dalu came over and said, "If I leave, how will you deal with Manager Su later?" Zhang Leida patted Dalu's shoulder and said, "You just focus on entering the Immortal Gate, and don't worry about external affairs. Perform well in the sect, and become a true immortal master in the future." While speaking, Zhang Leida mounted his horse, and rode out of the mining site with Tain Lin. Approaching the exit, he turned his horse around and said to Xiao Lu, "Third brother, don't be so sullen. If your brother becomes an immortal master, wouldn't you benefit from it too? Just stay in the mine and wait obediently for my return." The sound of the horse hooves rang out, and the two brothers rode out of the mine and crossed the rushing river. Tain Lin looked up at the blue sky, relaxed on his horse, and asked Zhang Leida, "When does Big Brother plan to make a move against Manager Su?" Riding the horse along the official road, Zhang Leida responded without turning back, "We have to wait until Master Shang escorts the second brother into the sect, which accounts for at least 10 days or so." Tain Lin then asked, "Will the death of Manager Su implicate our second brother?" Zhang Leida laughed, "Once your second brother joins the Yao Yu sect, he becomes one of them. Even if he is just a servant disciple, his life and death are not for the merchant family to decide. There will definitely be some impact, but the outcome won't be too bad." Tain Lin felt somewhat relieved. He had a good impression of Dalu, feeling that among the four brothers, Dalu valued the chivalrous spirit of the worldly society the most. The two brothers rode silently until they reached a small town. The town wasn't big, but the houses were closely packed, and the streets were bustling with people. They couldn't gallop through the streets, so they had to lead their horses through the crowd. Tain Lin's gaze wandered between the baskets of vegetables on both sides of the street, with various types of prompts popping up occasionally. Blue flower, ordinary medicinal herb, revitalizes the mind, edible but should not be consumed in excess. Izadi's root, ordinary medicinal herb, clears heat and detoxifies, editable but should be consumed in moderation. Noticing Tain Lin's wandering eyes, Zhang Leida couldn't help but laugh. "After having porridge in the mine for so long, you must be craving a good meal. Don't worry, today is your first time out of the mine, and your brother will treat you to a hearty meal." Tain Lin remained silent, shifting his attention from the vegetables and fruits to the vegetable farmers. At that moment, a quarrel erupted ahead on the street, followed by the sound of drawing swords. The disturbance attracted many spectators, blocking the street completely. These vegetable farmers are all from nearby villages, and they are all Huahualang seeking immortality. Zhang Leida laughed, "Don't be fooled by their honest appearance, everyone carries a knife, always fighting for their lives. That's why, to live in this town, you must possess formidable martial arts skills." While talking, he tapped the shoulders of the people in front with his scabbard and shouted, "Move aside, don't block the way." "Damn, what if I block you?" One of the watching farmers, annoyed, turned around and reached for his knife. Zhang Leida grinned, lifted the man with his fan-sized palm, and then threw him out like a sandbag. "It's that Zhang." Someone obviously recognized Zhang Leida, a first-rate expert, so they hurriedly cleared the way. The two fighting farmers in front also stopped their fight and each took a step back, making way for Zhang Leida. Smiling, Zhang Leida led the horse in front, with Tain Lin firmly gripping his knife in his left hand and leading the horse with his right, closely following behind. He noticed that the two vegetable farmers fighting with knives were women in their 20s and 30s. Their appearances were actually quite beautiful, but their expressions were extremely fierce. In this place, regardless of gender or age, people draw their knives in disagreement. Zhang Laode spoke as he stopped in front of an inn. As soon as the waiter saw Zhang Laode, he immediately ran out and said with a smile, "Hero Zhang, how long do you plan to stay this time? Your room is still reserved for you." Zhang Laode said, "I plan to stay here for a while. Go prepare some wine and dishes and bring them to the courtyard, I want to have a good drink with my brothers." The waiter quickly opened the gate and helped them lead the horses to the stable. Tain Lin noticed that the backyard of the inn was quite spacious, with several rooms of different sizes and a mulberry tree beside the stable that required 3 people to embrace, next to which was a small fish pond enclosed by an iron net. Tain Lin's gaze turned toward the fish pond, and he saw several grass carps swimming back and forth under the lotus flowers in the pond, but the description displayed something different. Pseudo-black flood dragon, contains black flood dragon bloodline, contains a small amount of fire spiritual energy, suitable for Qi cultivation at level 1, edible to assist in cultivation, can be eaten. Zhang Laode noticed Tain Lin's gaze, and with a smile, he pointed to the grass carps in the pond and said, "This is raised by them for cooking purposes. If you like it, we'll try a big one later." Tain Lin asked Zhang Laode, "How much is this fish?" Zhang Laode laughed heartily and said, "Today is my treat, not just a grass carp. Even if you want spirit meat, not to worry, I can't manage spirit meat or spirit rice." Tain Lin asked him, "What are spirit meat and spirit rice?" Zhang Laoda's eyes flickered with puzzlement and said, "I've only heard of them. It's said that both contain spiritual energy. Once becoming an immortal master, one's diet is no longer ordinary rice and poultry." His description was too vague, and Tain Lin couldn't imagine what spirit rice looked like compared to ordinary rice. Is each grain as big as a bowl? Or does it burst with juice with one bite? He was also thinking, though the pseudo-black flood dragon contained only a little fire spiritual energy, wasn't it spirit meat? Moreover, is fire spiritual energy the full name of spiritual energy, or just one type of it? What changes would happen to him if he ate the pseudo-black flood dragon? Following Zhang Laode, Tain Lin entered the room and found the resting room to be quite small, with only one bed. A table was placed right in the main area, leaving not much space to move around. Zhang Laode said, "I'll rent a room next door for you in a while, so you don't have to squeeze in with others at night." Tain Lin's gaze lingered on a soul-burying flower by the bed. Zhang Laode picked up the withered soul-burying flower, then stepped on a cloth bag by the window. He pointed at the cloth bag, speaking to Tain Lin, "Later, we'll use the powder from the soul-burying flower to deal with Manager Su." Now seeing the soul-burying flower made Tain Lin salivate, he moved forward to open the cloth bag but was stopped by Zhang Laode grabbing his wrist. "This powder is poisonous, if it's not washed off thoroughly, it could cause trouble." Tain Lin withdrew his hand, saying, "Big brother, your last mission was actually to find this soul-burying pollen, wasn't it?" Zhang Laode smiled, "This bag of powder wasn't made by me. Remember the yes-named person I killed? This bag of soul-burying pollen was stolen from him." Tain Lin naturally remembered the yes-named person, whose dagger was even given to him by Yat. But Tain Lin had not expected that the last time Zhang Laode left the mine, he had actually taken a bag of soul-burying pollen. At the time, he thought it was just a normal package, so he didn't pay much attention. As the evening darkened, the sound of the waiter's footsteps finally echoed in the courtyard, followed by the waiter entering the room, holding a transmission plate in his left hand and a bucket of food in his right, smiling, "The two heroes have waited a long time, the grass carp stewed tofu you ordered has arrived."